Hello and welcome to H. Potter, your home for amazing stories. Today's story is what if Gringotts found that Harry's magic was being drained to power the Hogwarts wards. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy it, and subscribe if you haven't already. We post new stories regularly. Let's get started. Chapter 1, The Golden Test. The summer heat blazed down on Diagon Alley like it had a personal vendetta against shopping wizards. Harry Potter tugged at his collar, already regretting the decision to wear jeans instead of shorts. 16 years old and still making rookie mistakes. Just get to Gringotts, he muttered to himself, weaving through the unusually sparse crowd. The lack of shoppers told its own story. Voldemort's return was no longer conspiracy theory material, and people were scared. Harry glanced over his shoulder for the 15th time. He'd given his order guards the slip back at the leaky cauldron with a well-timed invisibility cloak deployment. They meant well, but a guy needed some privacy occasionally, especially for what he had planned today. The massive white marble building loomed ahead, its crooked columns looking as imposing as ever. Harry took the steps two at a time, nodding respectfully to the armored goblins who flanked the entrance. Their eyes tracked him with that familiar calculating gleam, the look that said they knew exactly how many galleons sat in your vault down to the last canute. Inside, the bank's grand hall echoed with the scratch of quills and the clink of coins being counted. Harry approached the nearest available teller, a sour-faced goblin with spectacles perched on the end of his long nose. "Name?" the goblin demanded without looking up. "Harry Potter. I'd like to speak with someone about my accounts." That got his attention. The goblin's head snapped up, eyes narrowing as they swept over Harry's face, lingering on the scar. "Purpose of inquiry?" Harry leaned in slightly. "I received a letter suggesting I should check my inheritance status before my 16th birthday. Something about magical maturity assessment." The letter had arrived via a regal-looking eagle owl 3 days ago, bearing the Gringotts seal. Harry hadn't mentioned it to anyone, not the Dursleys, obviously, not his friends, and definitely not the Order. After Sirius's death, he'd had enough of others controlling his information. The goblin's expression shifted subtly. "Wait here." He hopped down from his high stool and disappeared through a small door behind the counter. Harry shifted his weight from foot to foot, suddenly wondering if this had been a mistake. The last time he'd followed mysterious instructions, Sirius had died. But this was Gringotts, surely safe enough. The goblin returned accompanied by an older, more distinguished-looking goblin wearing what appeared to be the goblin equivalent of an expensive suit. "Mr. Potter, I am Ragnarok, Senior Account Manager. Please follow me." Okay, that wasn't normal. Harry had expected a junior clerk at best. Ragnarok didn't wait for a response, already marching toward the labyrinth of hallways that led deeper into the bank. Is everything alright with my account?" Harry asked, jogging slightly to catch up. "That remains to be seen," Ragnarok replied cryptically. The hallway twisted and turned until Harry was thoroughly lost. They passed doors made of various materials, wood, metal, and what looked suspiciously like dragon hide, before stopping at one made of a dark material Harry couldn't identify. "My office," Ragnarok explained, pressing his palm against the door. It swung open silently. The office was surprisingly spacious, with walls lined with ledgers and artifacts that practically screamed, valuable but dangerous. A massive desk dominated the room, behind which stood another goblin who looked up from a glowing crystal device when they entered. "Sharpclaw, our inheritance specialist," Ragnarok introduced. "He will be conducting your assessment today." "Assessment?" Harry repeated, lowering himself into the indicated chair. The letter just mentioned checking inheritance. The goblins exchanged a look that made Harry's stomach clench. "Mr. Potter," Sharpclaw began, his voice surprisingly smooth for a goblin, "when was the last time you visited your family vault?" "I've only ever used my trust vault." "I didn't know I had a family vault." Another meaningful look between the goblins. "Curious," Ragnarok murmured. "Your magical guardian should have informed you upon your 11th birthday." "Magical guardian?" You mean serious? No, Mr. Potter. Albus Dumbledore has been your magical guardian since your parents' deaths. Harry felt like he'd been punched. Dumbledore? But he stopped himself. Getting angry wouldn't help. What exactly does a magical guardian do? Oversees magical education, manages financial affairs until majority, makes medical decisions, essentially stands in the place of magical parents, Sharpclaw explained, shuffling through a stack of parchment. Professor Dumbledore has been making regular withdrawals from your trust vault for your care. My care? I haven't seen a canute of that money. I've been living with my muggle relatives who hate magic. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed dangerously. That is, concerning. However, that's not why we contacted you. He nodded to Sharpclaw, who placed a shallow golden bowl on the desk. The Inheritance Revelation Bowl, Sharpclaw explained. A drop of your blood will reveal any inheritances, magical gifts, and, most importantly today, the current state of your magical core. Is that safe? Harry asked warily, eyeing the bowl. Completely. The magic is contained and the blood is vanished afterward, Ragnarok assured him. Given certain anomalies we've detected around your accounts, we believe this test is necessary. Harry hesitated only briefly before extending his hand. Let's do it. Sharpclaw produced a small, silver knife. 3 drops should suffice. The blade stung, but Harry had certainly experienced worse. He watched as 3 drops of his blood fell into the golden bowl, where they seemed to expand and swirl, forming patterns like constellations. Both goblins leaned forward, their expressions growing increasingly alarmed. This is unprecedented, Sharpclaw muttered. What? What's wrong? Harry demanded. Your magical core, Mr. Potter. Ragnarok looked up with something like respect in his eyes. It appears to be operating at roughly 30% capacity. Is that bad? I mean, I know I'm not the strongest wizard, you misunderstand, Ragnarok interrupted sharply. Your core itself is extraordinarily powerful, perhaps the strongest I've seen in a young wizard in centuries. But something is draining approximately 70% of your magic, continuously. Harry stared. That's not possible. Wouldn't I feel that? Not if it's been happening gradually since childhood, Sharpclaw said, still studying the swirling patterns. The drain appears to have begun, yes, approximately 5 years ago. Your first year at Hogwarts. A cold feeling settled in Harry's stomach. So someone at Hogwarts has been stealing my magic? Can you tell who? Not who, Ragnarok said grimly. What? Your magic is being channeled into what appears to be a ward system. A massive one. Hogwarts, Harry whispered, the pieces falling into place. The wards around Hogwarts. Sharpclaw nodded. A ward system of that size would require enormous power. Traditionally, it would draw from ley lines or the ambient magic of hundreds of students and staff. To link it primarily to one magical core. He shook his head in disgust. Is it killing me? Harry asked bluntly. Not immediately, Ragnarok answered. But it is severely limiting your magical development and could eventually cause permanent damage to your core. More concerning is the nature of the link, it appears to be tied directly to your life force. If the wards were to come under significant attack, it could drain me completely, Harry finished. Killing me to power the defenses. The silence that followed confirmed his worst fears. Can you break the connection? He asked finally. Not here, Sharpclaw said. The link would need to be severed at its source, within Hogwarts itself. However, he reached into a drawer and pulled out what looked like a silver bracelet. This is a magical regulator. It won't stop the drain entirely, but it will stabilize it, preventing dangerous fluctuations. Harry took the bracelet, feeling the magic hum against his skin as he slipped it on. How much will this cost? Ragnarok's smile showed too many teeth. Consider it an investment in our working relationship, Mr. Potter. Goblins value two things above all, gold and justice. The theft of magic is an abomination under goblin law. Thank you. Harry looked down at the swirling magic in the bowl, still processing everything. Can you tell me anything else from this test? Indeed, Sharpclaw consulted a parchment that had materialized beside the bowl. You have multiple inheritances awaiting claim. The Potter family vault, of course, containing approximately 13 million galleons in liquid assets, plus investments and properties. You are also the named heir of Sirius Black. Harry swallowed hard at the mention of his godfather. The Black inheritance includes the ancestral home, approximately 8 million galleons, and numerous artifacts of significant magical value, Sharpclaw continued. Additionally, there appears to be a distant connection to the Peveril line, though those assets have largely been absorbed into the Potter holdings. That's a lot. Harry felt dizzy. I had no idea. Nor should you have been kept in ignorance, Ragnarok said firmly. As of today, you are eligible to claim headship of House Potter, which would emancipate you in the magical world despite being under 17. Emancipation? You mean I'd be considered an adult? Precisely. You would be free from your magical guardian's authority, able to use magic outside school, and take full control of your inheritances. Harry's mind raced with possibilities. What do I need to do? Sharpclaw produced a wooden box inlaid with gold. Inside lay a heavy gold ring bearing the Potter crest. Place this on your right ring finger. If the family magic accepts you, you will be recognized as Lord Potter. The ring felt warm in Harry's palm. He hesitated only a moment before sliding it onto his finger. Immediately, a surge of magic rushed through him, far stronger than he expected. Golden light erupted around him, swirling like a miniature tornado. The office's magical artifacts rattled on their shelves. Remarkable, Sharpclaw breathed as the light faded. The family magic clearly recognizes you. Harry stared at the ring, now fitted perfectly to his finger. I feel different. The Potter magic is strengthening your core, attempting to compensate for the drain, Ragnarok explained. Combined with the regulator bracelet, you should notice significant improvement in your magical performance. There's more, Sharpclaw said suddenly, staring at the inheritance bowl. The magical signature of the Ward connection, it bears the magical signature of Albus Dumbledore. Harry's blood ran cold. Dumbledore did this to me? The evidence suggests so, Ragnarok confirmed grimly. Which raises serious questions about his intentions as your guardian. A surge of anger rushed through Harry, and several items on the desk levitated momentarily before crashing back down. Sorry, Harry muttered, though he didn't feel particularly sorry. No apology necessary, Ragnarok waved a hand dismissively. Your magical control will be unpredictable for several days as your core adjusts. Now, I suggest we discuss what steps you wish to take next, Lord Potter. The title felt strange but oddly right. Harry straightened in his chair. First, I need to access my family vault. Then I need to learn everything I can about magical drains and wards. And, his expression hardened, I need to figure out why Dumbledore thought he had the right to use me as a magical battery. A prudent approach, Ragnarok nodded approvingly. Sharpclaw will take you to your vault. I would also suggest visiting Flourish and Blots afterward, they maintain a section on advanced warding that might prove useful. One more thing, Harry said, a thought occurring to him. Does the Ministry monitor Gringotts' communication? Certainly not, Ragnarok looked offended at the very suggestion. Goblin communications are inviolable. Then I'd like to send an owl to my friends Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. I'll need their help, and I don't want anyone intercepting the messages. It shall be arranged immediately. The Potter family vault was less a vault and more a cavern filled with generations of accumulated wealth. Beyond mountains of gold and jewels lay heirlooms, weapons, books, and artifacts whose purposes Harry couldn't begin to guess. He bypassed the treasure, drawn instead to a section that appeared to be a family archive. Your father's journal, perhaps? Sharpclaw suggested, pointing to a leather-bound book with James Potter embossed on the spine. Harry grabbed it, along with several books on family magic and warding. He also selected a moleskin pouch with expansion charms, according to Sharpclaw, and a set of throwing knives that felt eerily comfortable in his hands. These belong to your grandfather Fleamont, Sharpclaw explained. The Potter line has always had an affinity for combat magic. After filling a separate pouch with galleons, enough to live comfortably for several years without touching your investments, Sharpclaw assured him, Harry returned to the surface, his mind still spinning with revelations. The goblin sent owls to Ron and Hermione had already departed. Harry had kept the messages deliberately vague, asking them to meet him at the Leaky Cauldron as soon as possible for something life-changing but not immediately dangerous. He'd added a personal note to each, a reference to the Department of Mysteries for Ron and a mention of SPW for Hermione, to prove the messages genuinely came from him. Now, he needed books. Lots of them. Flourish and Blots was mercifully quiet when Harry entered, the bell above the door jingling softly. He made his way directly to the counter, not wanting to waste time browsing. Excuse me, he addressed the bespectacled clerk, I need books on magical cores, warding, and magical drains or transfers. The most comprehensive you have, please. The clerk looked up, did a double take at Harry's scar, then composed himself. That's quite advanced material, Mr. Potter. Harry felt the Potter ring warm slightly on his finger. Actually, it's Lord Potter now. Family business requires research. The clerk's eyes widened slightly at the formal address. Of course, my lord. The warding section is this way. He led Harry to a dusty corner of the shop where the books looked considerably more intimidating than the standard Hogwarts texts. Wardcraft, Theory and Practice, by Artemisia Ward is considered definitive, the clerk suggested, pulling down a massive tome. The Living Core, Understanding Magical Essence, might also be useful for core dynamics. And for magical transfers. He hesitated. That borders on restricted content, but Sympathetic Magical Channels covers the theoretical foundations without crossing into truly dark territory. Harry took all three, plus several others that caught his eye. I'll take them all. And anything you have on goblin-wizard relations and magical inheritance law. By the time he finished, Harry had accumulated a stack of books that would have made even Hermione raise an eyebrow. As the clerk rang up his purchases, the shop door jingled again. Harry. Hermione's voice rang out, breathless with worry. We came as soon as we got your message. She rushed toward him, Ron following close behind. Harry barely had time to place his books on the counter before Hermione crashed into him with one of her signature hugs. Blimey, mate, Ron said, looking around nervously. Where's your order guard? Mum's going to go mental when she finds out you're wandering around alone. That's part of what we need to talk about, Harry replied, returning Hermione's hug before stepping back. Let me pay for these, and then we need to go somewhere private. Hermione's eyes fell on the stack of books. Harry, those are advanced magical theory texts. What's going on? Not here, Harry whispered, conscious of other customers beginning to notice them. After paying for his small library, the clerk helpfully shrinking everything to fit in his bag, Harry led his friends toward the Leaky Cauldron, constantly scanning for order members. I booked a private room, he explained, guiding them upstairs. Tom was surprisingly discreet when I slipped him a few extra galleons. The room was small but clean, with a round table and 4 chairs. Harry locked the door behind them, then added a privacy charm he'd found in one of his father's notes during his brief exploration of the family vault. Since when can you do magic outside school? Ron asked, gaping as Harry put away his wand. Since about 2 hours ago. Harry held up his right hand, showing them the Potter ring. I've been emancipated. Harry, that's a lordship ring, Hermione gasped, reaching for his hand to examine it. How is this possible? Harry took a deep breath and began explaining everything: the mysterious letter, the inheritance test, the shocking discovery of the magical drain, and Dumbledore's apparent involvement. 70% of your magic. Hermione looked horrified. That's practically criminal. It is criminal, Harry confirmed. According to the goblins, it's considered magical theft of the highest order. Dumbledore wouldn't do that, Ron said, shaking his head. There must be some explanation. I thought the same thing at first, Harry admitted. But the evidence is pretty damning, Ron. The magical signature on the connection is definitely his. Maybe he did it to protect you, Ron suggested. You know who's been after you since first year. Extra protection makes sense. By nearly crippling my magic. Harry countered. By setting up a connection that could kill me if the wards came under heavy attack. How does that protect me? Ron had no answer for that. We need to research this thoroughly, Hermione said, eyeing Harry's bag of books with newfound appreciation. If the connection has been active since first year, wait, Harry, do you remember when exactly this might have started? Harry frowned, thinking back. The goblin said about 5 years ago. So sometime during first year. After the troll. After the Philosopher's Stone incident. Hermione pressed. Think about any time you might have been unconscious or in the hospital wing. The stone, Harry realized. After Quirrell. I was out for 3 days, remember? Plenty of time for Dumbledore to set something like this up. And you've always struggled with certain spells despite being powerful enough to produce a corporeal Patronus at 13, Hermione added, the pieces falling into place. It explains so much about your inconsistent magic. Ron looked troubled. If this is true. Merlin, Harry, what are you going to do? First, learn everything I can about what's been done to me. Then figure out how to break the connection without destabilizing Hogwarts' defenses. The goblin said it has to be done at the source. Harry ran a hand through his hair. I'm not letting anyone use me like this anymore. We'll help, Hermione said firmly, reaching for his hand. Whatever you need. The warmth of her touch seemed to resonate with his newly stabilized magic, creating a pleasant hum beneath his skin. Harry smiled gratefully. The moment was interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. Harry Potter. Tonks's voice came through, sounding equal parts worried and annoyed. I know you're in there. Open up before Moody blasts the door down. Harry sighed. The order found me. Of course they did, Ron muttered. Probably got tracking charms all over you. That thought hadn't occurred to Harry, and it only deepened his sense of violation. Give me a minute, he called back, quickly explaining to his friends what he wanted them to do next. When he finally opened the door, he found not just Tonks but Remus Lupin and Mad-Eye Moody as well, all looking varying degrees of angry and concerned. Do you have any idea? Lupin began. Actually, I have several ideas now, Harry interrupted coolly. Including some about why my magical guardian never told me about my family inheritance or the fact that someone's been draining my magic for years. That brought them up short. What are you talking about, Potter? Moody growled, his magical eyes swiveling wildly. Harry held up his ringed hand. Lord Potter now, technically. Had an interesting visit with the goblins today. Learned all sorts of fascinating things about myself that apparently everyone else has been keeping secret. Harry, Lupin said cautiously, whatever the goblins told you, we should discuss this somewhere safe. Not here. Funny thing about that, Harry replied. I'm not sure what safe means anymore. Does it mean Grimmauld Place, where I'll be conveniently within Dumbledore's reach? Or my relative's house, where I've been sent every summer despite it being magically detrimental to me? Enough, Moody snapped. We're moving you now. Questions can wait. Actually, they can't, Harry stood his ground. As a legally recognized adult in the wizarding world, I'm not required to go anywhere with you. But I will, on one condition, I want to speak with Dumbledore. Immediately. The three order members exchanged uncertain glances. The headmaster is unavailable, Lupin said carefully. Then I'm unavailable too, Harry replied. Ron and Hermione are coming with me to Potter Manor. Yes, apparently I have several properties, and I'll contact the order when I'm ready. Don't be ridiculous, Tonks said. You can't just disappear to some unprotected location. Actually, Potter properties are under Fidelius and Blood wards, Harry informed them, recalling what Sharpclaw had told him. And as the last Potter, I'm automatically secret keeper. I'd say that's about as protected as it gets. Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry's ring, then the bracelet on his wrist. What's that goblin contraption you're wearing, Potter? Something to stop my magic from being completely drained away, Harry answered coldly. You might want to ask Dumbledore about that when you see him. The tension in the room was palpable. Harry could feel his magic responding to his emotions, causing the lights to flicker slightly. Harry, Lupin tried again, his voice gentler. Whatever you've discovered, running away isn't the solution. Let us help you understand what? Harry cut in. That I've been deliberately weakened. That Dumbledore linked me to the Hogwarts wards without my knowledge or consent. That if Voldemort launched a full attack on the school, the magical drain would probably kill me. Lupin paled. That can't be right. The goblins confirmed it with multiple tests, Harry said. They were quite thorough in their documentation, in case this becomes a legal matter. That got their attention. Wizards might dismiss goblin concerns, but goblin-certified documentation held weight even in the Wizengamot. Give us 24 hours, Tonks suggested after a moment. Let us contact Dumbledore and get his side of the story. Then we can meet, anywhere you want, with whatever security makes you comfortable. Harry considered the offer. It was reasonable, and he could use the time to start his research. Fine. 24 hours. I'll be at Potter Manor with Ron and Hermione. I'll send coordinates to Remus only. He locked eyes with his father's old friend. And if Dumbledore doesn't show up to explain himself, I'll be taking this to the DMLE and the Daily Prophet. Moody looked like he wanted to argue but surprisingly held his tongue. Perhaps the old Auror's paranoia recognized something legitimate in Harry's concerns. 24 hours, Lupin agreed reluctantly. But please be careful, Harry. I'm always careful, Harry replied with a humorless smile. It's other people making decisions for me that tends to get me in trouble. After the order members left, reluctantly and with Moody muttering about foolhardy Potters, Harry turned back to his friends. That went better than I expected, he admitted. You were brilliant, Hermione said, looking at him with something like wonder. I've never seen you stand up to adults like that. Finding out someone's been sabotaging your magic for years tends to boost your confidence, Harry replied dryly. Plus, I think the family magic is helping somehow. I feel clearer. Like I can finally think without fog in my brain. So what now? Ron asked. Do you really have a manor we can go to? Apparently several, Harry said. The goblins gave me a portkey to the main family property in Wales. They said it's been maintained by house elves all these years. Hermione's expression shifted at the mention of house elves, but she visibly restrained herself from launching into a SPW lecture. Do we just go? Ron asked. What about our trunks? My parents? I sent a letter to your parents with the Gringotts owl, Harry assured him. I was careful, said we were working on a special project together and would be safe. As for trunks. He grimaced. Mine's still at the Dursleys, and I'm not eager to go back there. We can buy what we need, Hermione suggested. You said yourself you have more than enough money now. Harry nodded. Quick shopping trip, then Potter Manor. We need to be gone before the Order regroups or Dumbledore shows up. They hurriedly purchased essentials, clothes, toiletries, and in Hermione's case, additional notebooks and quills, for research, Harry insisted on buying them both new wardrobes despite protests, pointing out that they might need to make public appearances as his advisors. Advisors? Ron repeated, looking bemused as Harry paid for their purchases. Lord Potter needs advisors, Harry said with a half-smile. And who better than the two people who've kept me alive this long? An hour later, they stood in a secluded corner of Diagon Alley, gripping a small stone with the Potter crest that Sharpclaw had provided. Ready? Harry asked. His friends nodded, and Harry spoke the activation phrase, Sanctuary and Strength. The world twisted around them, and Harry felt the familiar hook behind his navel as the portkey activated. They landed in a spacious entrance hall with marble floors and warm wood paneling. Sunlight streamed through stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns across the hall. Whoa, Ron breathed, looking around wide-eyed. Before they could explore further, a small pop announced the arrival of a house elf dressed in a neat uniform bearing the Potter crest. Master Harry returns at last, the elf squeaked, bowing low. Pippi has kept Potter Manor ready for young master's return. Hello Pippi, Harry greeted awkwardly. These are my friends, Hermione and Ron. Pippi is honored to meet Master Harry's friends. Rooms have been prepared. Dinner will be ready soon. Is there anything else Pippi can do for Master Harry? Hermione was practically vibrating with restraint, but managed to simply smile politely at the elf. We need a study space, Harry said. With lots of table room for books and research. And maybe a place where I can practice magic without causing problems. The library has study tables, Master Harry. And the dueling room is perfect for magical practice. Pippi will show you everything. The elf bounced excitedly. As they followed Pippi on a whirlwind tour of the manor, which was more like a small castle than a house, Harry felt something he hadn't experienced in a long time, a sense of belonging. This was his family's home. His home. The library nearly gave Hermione heart failure. 3 stories of books, with rolling ladders and cozy reading nooks scattered throughout. There must be thousands of volumes here, she whispered reverently. The Potter collection is being one of the finest in Britain, Pippi said proudly. Many rare tomes on defensive magic and warding. Harry and Ron exchanged amused glances as Hermione immediately darted toward the nearest shelf, her fingers trailing lovingly over leather-bound spines. This is perfect, Harry said. Hermione can research the wards and magical drains here while I practice controlling my magic. Ron, you can, strategy, Ron said immediately. If we're going up against Dumbledore, we need to plan this carefully. He's got the order, influence at the ministry, and decades of experience. Harry nodded approvingly. Exactly what I was thinking. Before we dive in, Hermione called from where she was already accumulating a stack of books, we should establish what we know for certain versus what we're speculating about. Good point, Harry agreed. Pippi, is there a blackboard or something we could use? In the study room, Master Harry. This way. The study room turned out to be a cozy chamber adjoining the library, with a large enchanted blackboard that could save and recall writing with simple commands. Harry quickly listed what they knew for certain. 70% of Harry's magic being drained connected to Hogwarts ward started approximately during first year. Dumbledore's magical signature on the connection potentially lethal if wards under attack. What we don't know, Hermione added, taking the chalk, is why Dumbledore did this or whether anyone else knows. And whether other students might be affected too, Harry realized. If he did this to me, who's to say he hasn't done it to others? Probably not to the same extent, Ron reasoned. The goblins seemed shocked by how much was being taken from you. But yeah, could be others getting drained a bit. We should also consider the timing, Hermione said thoughtfully. First year, after the Philosopher's Stone incident. What was happening in the wizarding world then? Voldemort had just made his first appearance since my parents died, Harry recalled. Dumbledore would have known he wasn't really gone. And Hogwarts had just proven vulnerable, Ron added. A possessed teacher got a dangerous artifact into the school. Dumbledore might have wanted to beef up the wards. At the expense of an 11-year-old's magic. Hermione asked incredulously. The greater good, Harry said bitterly. That's always been Dumbledore's justification, hasn't it? Sacrificing a few for the many. They worked late into the evening, organizing their knowledge and planning their approach for the meeting with Dumbledore. Hermione found several references to ward connections in the Potter library, though nothing exactly matching Harry's situation. Most ward systems are tied to land or buildings, she explained over the dinner Pippi had served in the study room. Tying them to a person's magical core is mentioned only as a theoretical possibility, with serious warnings about the risks involved. So either Dumbledore did something experimental on me, or he used some obscure magic that's not in even the Potter collection, Harry summarized grimly. There's one more thing we should consider, Ron said hesitantly. What if he did tell someone? Your parents, maybe. What if they agreed to it before they died? Harry went very still. You think my parents would have agreed to something that could potentially kill me? No. But what if it wasn't supposed to be permanent? Or what if the drain was meant to be much smaller? Ron suggested. What if something went wrong with whatever he set up? That's, actually a reasonable possibility, Hermione admitted. Magical agreements can sometimes evolve in unexpected ways. Maybe it was meant to be a minor connection that grew over time. Still doesn't explain why he never told me, Harry pointed out. Or why he left me magically handicapped for 5 years. No, it doesn't, Hermione agreed softly. And that's the part that worries me most. Harry was about to respond when a silvery light appeared in the center of the room, coalescing into the form of a phoenix, Dumbledore's Patronus. Harry, came Dumbledore's voice from the spectral bird, sounding older and more tired than Harry had ever heard it. I understand you've made some disturbing discoveries. I will come to speak with you tomorrow at noon, alone as requested. I ask only that you keep an open mind until you've heard the full story. The phoenix dissolved into silver mist. Well, Ron said after a moment, guess we've got until noon tomorrow to prepare. And I'll be ready, Harry promised, his hand unconsciously rubbing the regulator bracelet. This time, Dumbledore's going to be the one answering questions, not asking them. Morning found Harry in the Manor's dueling room, practicing spells that had always given him trouble. With the regulator bracelet stabilizing his magic and preventing the worst of the drain, he found himself capable of far more than before. Expecto Patronum, he called, and prongs erupted from his wand with such brightness that they all had to shield their eyes. The stag pranced around the room, more solid and vibrant than Harry had ever produced. That's incredible, Hermione breathed, watching from the sidelines. Try a transfiguration spell. Those always seemed particularly affected. Harry pointed his wand at a chair. Avi furs. The chair smoothly transformed into an eagle that soared around the room before Harry reversed the spell. Blimey, Ron whistled. You never managed that in class. Because 70% of my power was being siphoned away, Harry reminded him, the momentary elation fading. Just imagine what I could have learned if I'd had full access to my magic all these years. The morning passed quickly with Harry testing his enhanced capabilities while Hermione continued researching ward connections. By 11:30, they had gathered in the Manor's formal receiving room, ready for Dumbledore's arrival. Remember the plan, Harry said, pacing nervously. I do the talking. We don't reveal everything we know right away. We let him explain first. And I keep notes of any inconsistencies or contradictions, Hermione added, gesturing to her notebook. And I watch for anything fishy, Ron finished. Body language, attempts to change the subject, the works. At precisely noon, the Manor's wards chimed, announcing a visitor at the boundaries. Harry nodded to Pippi, who disappeared to escort their guest. Minutes later, Albus Dumbledore entered the receiving room, looking unusually subdued in robes of deep blue rather than his typical flamboyant colors. His eyes, missing their characteristic twinkle, moved from Harry to his friends, then to the Potter ring on Harry's finger. Harry, he greeted solemnly. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. Professor, Harry replied coolly, remaining standing rather than offering Dumbledore a seat. "Thank you for coming. I believe we have much to discuss," Dumbledore said, his gaze falling to the regulator bracelet on Harry's wrist. "I see the goblins have provided some assistance." "They have. Unlike some, they seem genuinely concerned about the theft of my magic." Dumbledore winced slightly at the word theft. "I understand how this must appear to you, Harry. But I assure you, what I did was never intended as theft." "What would you call magically binding a child to a ward system without their knowledge or consent, then?" Harry challenged. "A desperate measure in desperate times," Dumbledore replied quietly. "Perhaps you should sit, all of you. This explanation may take some time." Harry hesitated, then nodded, taking a seat in the high-backed chair that had clearly once belonged to the head of the Potter family. Ron and Hermione flanked him on either side. "I'm listening," Harry said simply. Dumbledore sat heavily in the chair opposite them, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. "It began, as you've likely deduced, after the incident with Professor Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort had revealed himself far sooner than I anticipated, and his ability to possess others presented a security nightmare for Hogwarts. So you decided to use me as a magical battery," Harry stated flatly. "No," Dumbledore shook his head. "At least, that was never the intention. What I discovered during your recovery was far more concerning than Voldemort's continued existence. I found a magical connection between you and Voldemort, a channel through which his magic was unconsciously draining yours." Harry blinked in surprise. This wasn't what he had expected. "A connection created by the failed killing curse," Dumbledore continued. "It was subtle but potentially devastating over time. I faced a terrible choice: inform a traumatized 11-year-old that he was magically tethered to his parents' murderer, or find a way to mitigate the damage." "And the Hogwarts wards were your solution?" Hermione asked, unable to remain silent. "In a manner of speaking, Miss Granger. I created a counter-drain," Dumbledore explained. "A system that would intercept the magic being pulled toward Voldemort and redirect it to the Hogwarts wards instead. The wards would use what they needed and cycle the remainder back to Harry. It was meant to be a closed loop, a temporary measure until I could find a way to sever the connection to Voldemort entirely." "But it didn't work that way," Harry guessed. "No," Dumbledore admitted. "The system worked as intended for several months. Then Lucius Malfoy planted Tom Riddle's diary, and the Chamber of Secrets was opened. The basilisk's presence, a creature of immense dark magic, disrupted the delicate balance of the redirection spell. Instead of cycling your excess magic back to you, the wards began storing it as a defense mechanism." "And you didn't fix it?" Ron asked incredulously. "I tried," Dumbledore said, and for the first time, Harry heard genuine regret in his voice. "But by then, the connection had evolved beyond my original design. Attempting to dismantle it risked exposing you to the full force of Voldemort's drain instead. Each year, as events unfolded, the Dementors, the Triwizard Tournament, Voldemort's return, the connection grew more complex." "You still should have told me," Harry said, his anger not entirely dissipated but now mixed with confusion. 5 years, Professor. You let me struggle with my magic for 5 years without explanation." "Yes," Dumbledore acknowledged simply. "That was my gravest mistake. I convinced myself that shielding you from this additional burden was a kindness. That you had enough to bear without knowing your magic was being compromised. I was wrong." The straightforward admission caught Harry off guard. "The goblins said the connection could kill me," Harry pressed. "If the wards came under heavy attack." "Another unfortunate evolution of the spell," Dumbledore confirmed. "As Voldemort grew stronger, particularly after his resurrection, the ward system began drawing more heavily on your magic as a defense mechanism. I've been working to modify the connection since his return, but progress has been slow without alerting him to the link between you." "This connection to Voldemort," Hermione interjected. "Is it related to Harry's scar? The visions he gets?" Dumbledore hesitated, looking at Harry with an expression that seemed to ask permission. They deserve to know everything I know, Harry said firmly. Very well, Dumbledore sighed. Yes, Miss Granger. The scar is the physical manifestation of the connection. The visions are a symptom of it. What I feared telling Harry, what I have feared since that night in the hospital wing during his first year, is that the connection goes deeper than merely magical. I believe a fragment of Voldemort's soul attached itself to Harry when the killing curse rebounded. The room went silent. A soul fragment? Harry finally managed. You're saying I have a piece of Voldemort's soul, in me? He felt sick. I believe so, Dumbledore said quietly. Such things are called Horcruxes, the darkest of magic, involving the deliberate splitting of one's soul through murder. Though in your case, I do not believe it was intentional on Voldemort's part. And this Horcrux is draining my magic. Harry tried to keep his voice steady despite the horror churning inside him. It was attempting to, yes. My intervention with the wards was designed to prevent that, to give your magic somewhere else to go, somewhere it could be useful rather than feeding your enemy. But now it's feeding Hogwarts instead of feeding me, Harry pointed out bitterly. A situation I fully intend to rectify, Dumbledore assured him. Now that you know the truth, we can work together to modify the connection in ways I hesitated to attempt before. And if I don't want to work with you? Harry asked. If I want the connection severed completely? That would be problematic, Dumbledore admitted. The Hogwarts wards have indeed become dependent on your magic. Severing the connection entirely would significantly weaken the school's protections at a time when they are most needed. However, he added quickly, seeing Harry's expression darken, I believe we can reduce the drain to a more reasonable level, perhaps 20% rather than 70%, and ensure that the connection cannot harm you even under extreme circumstances. Harry exchanged looks with his friends. This was far more complicated than the simple case of exploitation they had imagined. I need time to process this, Harry said finally. And to discuss it with Ron and Hermione. Of course, Dumbledore nodded. But there is one more thing you should know, Harry. The connection to Voldemort, the Horcrux, cannot remain indefinitely if you are to be truly free. Finding a way to remove it safely has been my primary research focus for years. And have you found a way? Harry asked, not entirely sure he wanted the answer. I have leads, Dumbledore said carefully. But nothing definitive yet. It is challenging magic. Harry stood abruptly. I'll contact you when I've made a decision about the wards. For now, I'd like you to leave. Dumbledore rose as well, looking like he wanted to say more but restraining himself. As you wish. But Harry, his blue eyes met Harry's green ones directly, whatever you decide about the wards, please allow me to continue helping you with the Horcrux problem. That, at least, is a burden no one should face alone. After Dumbledore left, Harry slumped back into his chair, emotionally exhausted. Well, Ron said after a long silence, that wasn't what I expected. Do you believe him? Harry asked both his friends. I think so, Hermione said slowly. It fits with everything we know, and explains some things that never made sense, like why Voldemort could possess Quirrell but tried to possess you at the Ministry. The soul connection, Harry muttered. Bloody hell. The question now, Ron said pragmatically, is what do we do about the wards? Do we trust Dumbledore to fix them? I don't know, Harry admitted. I'm still processing the fact that I've got a piece of Voldemort living in me like some kind of magical parasite. We could get a second opinion, Hermione suggested. The goblins seemed knowledgeable about the ward connection. They might know something about Horcruxes too. Harry nodded slowly. That's a good idea. We should. A loud crash from outside interrupted him. The Manor's wards chimed again, but this time it wasn't the polite announcement of a visitor, it was a shrill alarm. Harry rushed to the window, Ron and Hermione close behind. In the distance, at the edge of what must be the manor's protective boundaries, flashes of light illuminated several dark figures. Death Eaters, Ron whispered. But how did they find this place? They can't have, Hermione said. It's under Fidelius. They must have followed Dumbledore, Harry realized. Tracked him somehow, and now they're testing the wards. As if confirming his words, a particularly violent spell crashed against the invisible barrier, sending ripples of golden light across what appeared to be a dome encasing the property. Will the wards hold? Ron asked nervously. Potter wards are very strong, Master Harry. Pippi appeared beside them, looking anxious but determined. But they not being at full strength after many years without a Potter to maintain them. Harry felt a surge of determination. Then it's time they had a Potter's help. Without fully understanding what he was doing, Harry pressed his ring hand against the window glass. Immediately, he felt a connection, similar to but distinct from the Hogwarts drain. This was an invitation rather than a demand, a request for power rather than a theft of it. I, Harry James Potter, acknowledge and strengthen the wards of Potter Manor, he found himself saying, the words coming instinctively. Magic surged from him into the property's defenses. The golden dome brightened dramatically, and Harry heard distant cries of pain as the attackers were repelled forcefully. Harry! Hermione's alarmed voice seemed to come from far away. Your bracelet. Harry looked down to see the goblin regulator glowing bright red, clearly struggling to manage the magical outflow. But unlike the Hogwarts drain, this felt right, like stretching a muscle rather than having blood siphoned away. The attack intensified, multiple spells hammering the wards simultaneously. Harry gritted his teeth, pushing more power into the defenses. The manor itself seemed to respond, the very stones humming with magic. They're going to break through. Ron shouted as a particularly vicious spell created a visible crack in the golden dome. No, Harry growled, they're not. Drawing on reserves he never knew he had, Harry channeled a massive surge of magic into the wards. The regulator bracelet shattered, unable to contain the flow, but Harry barely noticed. The manor's wards flared blindingly bright, expanding outward in a wave that threw the attackers back violently. When the light faded, the grounds were empty. Whether the Death Eaters had retreated or been neutralized, Harry couldn't tell. He staggered back from the window, suddenly dizzy. Harry! Hermione caught him before he could fall. Are you all right? Your nose is bleeding. Harry wiped absently at his face, surprised to find blood. I'm okay. Just tired. That was bloody brilliant, Ron said in awe. The wards just exploded. Master Harry has awakened the offensive ward matrix. Pippi bounced excitedly. Not been activated since Master Fleamont's time. Offensive wards? Hermione questioned, helping Harry to a chair. Potter Manor has both defensive and offensive protections, Pippi explained proudly. Defense keeps bad wizards out, offense pushes them away when they attack. Harry looked down at the shattered remains of the regulator bracelet. The goblins aren't going to be happy about that. I think they'll understand given the circumstances, Hermione said dryly. Harry, what you just did, that was incredible magic. Advanced warding like that normally takes a team of specialists. It was the family magic, Harry realized. I could feel it guiding me. Like it knew what I needed to do. This changes things, Ron said seriously. If you know who is sending Death Eaters after you directly, staying hidden might be more important than confronting Dumbledore about the wards right now. Or it makes it more urgent, Hermione countered. Harry needs full access to his magic if he's going to defend himself. Harry closed his eyes, trying to think through the implications of everything that had happened. The piece of Voldemort's soul in his scar. The wards draining his magic. The Death Eaters attacking so soon after he'd claimed his inheritance. We need more information, he decided finally. About Horcruxes, about ward connections, about all of it. And we need to figure out how the Death Eaters tracked Dumbledore here. The library, Hermione said immediately. Between the Potter collection and what we bought in Diagon Alley, we should be able to find something useful. Harry nodded, then winced as his head throbbed. After I rest for a bit. That ward reinforcement took more out of me than I thought. As his friends helped him to his bedroom, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that things had just gotten far more complicated than a simple case of Dumbledore using his magic without permission. The broken regulator bracelet meant his connection to the Hogwarts wards was no longer stabilized. And somewhere out there, Voldemort was likely planning his next move. Harry had claimed his inheritance and his rightful magic, but the cost of that freedom was only beginning to become clear. The next morning, a Gringotts owl arrived bearing a letter sealed with the bank's crest. Harry opened it over breakfast, scanning the contents with growing surprise. The goblins detected the regulator's destruction, he told Ron and Hermione. They're sending a curse-breaking team to examine the Manor's wards and investigate the Horcrux claim. He looked up in shock. How did they know about that? Goblin magic is different from wizard magic, Hermione suggested. Maybe they have ways of monitoring conversations involving their clients. Bloody hell, that's creepy, Ron muttered around a mouthful of toast. The letters from Ragnarok himself, Harry continued. He says the team will include Bill. Ron brightened. Bill's brilliant with curses. If anyone can help figure out this Horcrux business, it's him. There's more, Harry frowned. Apparently, several large withdrawals were attempted from the Potter vaults overnight. Magically signed with my signature, but obviously forgeries since I was here. Someone's trying to steal your money now. Hermione looked outraged. The goblins blocked the attempts, Harry assured her. But they're concerned enough to send a security detail along with the cursebreakers. This is getting serious, Ron said, uncharacteristically somber. First Death Eaters at the wards, now someone trying to clean out your vaults. Someone's definitely targeting you specifically, Harry. Someone always is, Harry replied wearily. The question is whether it's Voldemort, Dumbledore, or someone else entirely. The curse-breaking team arrived mid-morning, 5 goblins in what appeared to be battle gear, 3 human curse-breakers including Bill Weasley, and a goblin Harry recognized as Sharpclaw. Lord Potter, Sharpclaw greeted formally. Gringotts takes the attempted theft of your assets and the attack on your property most seriously. Thanks for coming so quickly, Harry replied, shaking hands with Bill, who was looking at him with newfound respect. Lord Potter, eh? Bill grinned. Ron wrote to me about your inheritance, but it's something else seeing you in the role. Still getting used to it myself, Harry admitted. The team spread out across the property, examining the wards and searching for any magical surveillance or tracking spells. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed Bill as he worked, bombarding him with questions. So Dumbledore claims there's a Horcrux in your scar? Bill asked, his voice carefully neutral as he waved his wand in complex patterns around Harry's head. That's, well, it's not impossible. You know about Horcruxes? Hermione asked eagerly. Cursebreaker, Bill reminded her grimly. We encounter the darkest magic in tombs and ancient sites. Horcruxes are about as dark as it gets. The Egyptian wizards were particularly fond of them. Can you tell if I really have one? Harry asked anxiously. Bill frowned at the magical readings his spell was producing. There's definitely something magical there beyond a normal curse scar. But determining if it's actually a soul fragment would require more specialized testing. He glanced toward the goblins working nearby. Gringotts has experts in soul magic. They might be able to tell you more. By noon, the team had finished their preliminary assessment. Sharpclaw called them together in the Manor's study to present their findings. The attack on your wards was substantial, he began without preamble. At least 12 wizards of considerable power. They retreated when your family magic activated the offensive matrix, but not before placing several tracking charms on the outer boundary. Can they find us through those? Harry asked worriedly. No, one of the goblin warriors answered. We have disabled and redirected them. Anyone following those traces will find themselves in the middle of the Forbidden Forest. Bill took over the briefing. We've also examined your magical signature, Harry. There's clear evidence of tampering, a redirection spell linked to what appears to be the Hogwarts ward system. It matches what Dumbledore described, but we can't confirm his explanation about it being designed to counter a drain from you-know-who without examining your scar more thoroughly. Speaking of the scar, Sharpclaw interjected, our preliminary tests suggest abnormal magical activity consistent with external soul magic. A more definitive diagnosis would require bringing Lord Potter to Gringotts for comprehensive testing with our soul magic specialists. And the attempted vault withdrawals? Hermione asked. Traced to a magically forged authorization, Sharpclaw confirmed. Sophisticated work that required intimate knowledge of Lord Potter's magical signature. Few wizards would have such knowledge. Dumbledore would, Ron pointed out. As Harry's magical guardian for years. Harry frowned. But why would Dumbledore try to steal my money right after explaining everything about the wards? It doesn't make sense. Perhaps to fund whatever research he claims to be doing on Horcruxes? Hermione suggested. Or perhaps, Sharpclaw said carefully, the headmaster is not the only one with access to your magical signature. Consider who else has observed your magic extensively. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Voldemort. Through our connection. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. If that's true, Bill said slowly, then you know who knows about your inheritance. He knows you've discovered the drain on your magic. And he's actively trying to cut off your financial resources while launching direct attacks. He's scared, Harry realized. He knows something's changed. He can probably feel that I'm stronger now that the drain is partly blocked. The attack on your ward suggests you've become a primary target, Lord Potter, Sharpclaw stated bluntly. More so than before. What do we do? Ron asked, looking between his brother and the goblins. We recommend transferring the majority of your assets to our highest security vaults, Sharpclaw advised. We also suggest Lord Potter undergo the comprehensive soul assessment at Gringotts, followed by a ritual cleansing if a Horcrux is confirmed. Ritual cleansing? Harry repeated. You can remove it? Potentially, Sharpclaw nodded. Goblin magic approaches soul magic differently than wizards do. We have successfully cleansed objects of soul fragments in the past. A living host presents unique challenges, but our specialists believe it may be possible. Hope flared in Harry's chest for the first time since learning about the soul fragment. When can we do this? As soon as you're ready to return to Gringotts, Sharpclaw replied. However, given the attacks, we should arrange secure transportation. I'll contact the Order, Bill offered. Whatever else is going on, they'll want to help protect Harry. Harry nodded reluctantly. Despite his mixed feelings about Dumbledore, he knew the Order members were generally well-intentioned. One more thing, he said. The connection to the Hogwarts wards. Can you do anything about that? Sharpclaw and Bill exchanged glances. We can provide a replacement regulator, Sharpclaw said. A stronger one that would limit the drain to approximately 40% rather than 70%. But truly severing the connection would require access to the ward nexus at Hogwarts itself. Which means going back to school in September, Harry concluded. Into Dumbledore's territory. Not necessarily on his terms, though, Hermione pointed out. You're Lord Potter now. You have legal rights and status he can't ignore. And you'll have us, Ron added firmly. Harry looked around at his friends, the Cursebreakers, and the goblins who had come to his aid. For the first time, he felt like he had real allies in his corner, not just people protecting him out of duty or pity, but partners who respected his right to make his own decisions. All right, he decided. We go to Gringotts, deal with the Horcrux if possible, secure my assets, and prepare for Hogwarts. If Voldemort wants a fight, he'll get one. But this time, I'll have my full magic behind me. As they made preparations to leave, Harry felt the Potter ring warm on his finger, almost as if in approval. Whatever came next, he was done being a passive player in his own life. Dumbledore, Voldemort, and anyone else who thought they could use him were about to learn exactly what Harry Potter was capable of when his magic was truly his own. The confrontation outside the Manor's wards had given him just a taste of his potential. Soon, he would discover the rest, and God help anyone who stood in his way. Chapter 2, Wards and Warnings. Gringotts looked different at night. The white marble glowed eerily under floating golden globes of light, and the usual crowds of wizards conducting business had been replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the occasional clink of metal or scratch of quills from unseen chambers. Harry followed Sharpclaw down a corridor he'd never seen before, deeper into the bank than he'd ever ventured. Ron and Hermione flanked him, with Bill Weasley and 2 goblin guards bringing up the rear. They'd arrived via a secret entrance, bypassing Diagon Alley entirely. The soul chamber lies beneath the main vaults, Sharpclaw explained as they descended a spiral staircase that seemed to go on forever. Few wizards have ever seen it. Should I be honored or terrified? Harry muttered. Both, Sharpclaw replied without a trace of humor. The air grew colder and thicker with magic as they descended. Harry felt the regulator bracelet, a new, more robust version provided by the goblins, warm against his wrist in response to the ambient power. Does anyone else feel that? Hermione whispered, her breath fogging slightly. The old magics, Bill explained softly. Goblins worked with soul magic long before wizards understood it. This deep, you're feeling magic that predates Hogwarts itself. The staircase finally ended at a set of obsidian doors inscribed with symbols Harry didn't recognize. Sharpclaw pressed his palm against the center, and the doors swung inward without a sound. The chamber beyond defied Harry's expectations. Rather than the dark, foreboding dungeon he'd imagined, it was a perfectly circular room with walls of polished white stone. The floor featured an intricate mosaic depicting what appeared to be the phases of the moon, and 7 pedestals arranged in a circle surrounded a central stone table. 3 elderly goblins in robes of deep purple awaited them. Lord Potter, the central goblin greeted, his voice surprisingly melodic. I am Soul Render, master of the chamber. These are my colleagues, Deepforge and Mindcutter. Pleased to meet you, Harry replied awkwardly. Goblin names were always disconcerting. Your companions must remain at the perimeter, Soul Render continued, gesturing to a line of silver embedded in the floor. Soul magic requires precision. Harry glanced at his friends. Hermione looked worried, Ron uneasy, and Bill professionally interested but cautious. It's standard procedure, Bill assured him. We'll be right here. Harry nodded and crossed the silver line, following Soul Render to the central table. Please remove your outer garments and lie down, the goblin instructed. Harry shrugged off his cloak and jumper, leaving him in a t-shirt and jeans. The stone table was surprisingly warm as he stretched out on it. You understand why you are here? Soul Render asked, arranging various crystal instruments around Harry's head. To determine if I have a piece of Voldemort's soul in my scar, and hopefully remove it if I do, Harry answered directly. The goblin nodded approvingly at his bluntness. The examination will be uncomfortable but not painful. You may experience memories, particularly those involving the creation of the scar. Do not resist them. Harry took a deep breath. I'm ready. The 3 goblins took positions around him, each standing at different points that corresponded to specific phases in the moon mosaic. They began chanting in gobbledygook, their voices creating harmonies that seemed to physically vibrate the air. The crystals surrounding Harry's head glowed in sequence, first white, then blue, then an ominous red. The light intensified until Harry had to close his eyes against the brightness. Then the memories hit. Green light. His mother's scream. Voldemort's face, not the snake-like visage he knew now, but a pale, human face with blood-red eyes. Pain beyond imagining as the killing curse rebounded. Then darkness, followed by a sensation like being torn apart and stitched back together wrong. Harry gasped, his back arching involuntarily. "Stay calm, Lord Potter," Soulrender's voice cut through the memories. "What you're experiencing is the echo of that night." The images shifted. Voldemort in the back of Quirrell's head, reaching for Harry. The burning connection when they touched. The graveyard in Little Hangleton. The possession attempt at the Ministry. Each encounter with Voldemort played out in vivid detail, each showing the invisible thread connecting them. Finally, the lights dimmed and the chanting stopped. Harry lay panting on the table, sweat soaking his shirt despite the chamber's chill. "Well," he managed after a moment. "Is it there?" The three goblins exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. "Yes," Soulrender confirmed grimly. "A soul fragment resides within your scar. However, it is not precisely what wizards call a Horcrux." Harry pushed himself up on his elbows. "What do you mean?" "A true Horcrux is created through ritual and intent," Soulrender explained. "The fragment in your scar appears to have attached accidentally when the killing curse rebounded. It is unstable, incomplete, but dangerous nonetheless. Can you remove it?" Harry asked, cutting to the heart of the matter. Another silent exchange between the goblins. "We believe so," Deepforge spoke for the first time, his voice gravelly compared to Soulrender's smoothness. "But the process would be extremely dangerous. There is no guarantee of survival." Harry's heart sank. "What are the odds?" "Perhaps 50%, Mindcutter offered bluntly. 50. Hermione's voice rang out from beyond the silver line. "That's completely unacceptable." "Hermione," Bill cautioned, but she ignored him, stepping right up to the boundary. "There must be alternatives," she insisted. "Other methods with better survival rates." "Miss Granger raises a valid point," Soulrender acknowledged. "There is another option, though it is not a permanent solution." "I'm listening," Harry said, sitting up fully now. "We can contain and isolate the fragment," Soulrender explained. "Prevent it from drawing on your magic or influencing your mind. This would not remove it, but would neutralize its most harmful effects while giving us time to research more definitive solutions." "The drain on my magic, would that stop?" Harry asked. "The soul fragment itself draws minimal magic," Deepforge clarified. "It is the connection to Voldemort that poses the greater magical drain, and the connection Dumbledore created to the Hogwarts wards that causes the most significant depletion. So I'd still have both drains, just with less mental influence from Voldemort's soul piece." Harry summarized. "Correct," Soulrender confirmed. "But we could incorporate protections into the containment that would better regulate both connections, giving you more control over your magical output." Harry considered his options. A 50% chance of death versus continued coexistence with a piece of his enemy's soul. Neither option appealed. "What would the containment involve?" he asked finally. "A ritual similar to the examination, followed by the application of a runic seal directly to the scar," Mindcutter explained. "The seal would be invisible to others but would require renewal every lunar cycle. Monthly visits to Gringotts, then," Harry mused. "That's manageable during holidays, but what about during school terms?" "We could teach a trusted ally the renewal process," Soulrender suggested. "It is complex but not beyond the abilities of a skilled witch or wizard." Harry's eyes immediately went to Hermione, who straightened her shoulders in silent acknowledgement of the responsibility. "Let's do the containment for now," Harry decided. "While you research safer ways to remove it completely." The goblins nodded in unison. "We shall prepare the ritual. It will require 2 hours to arrange. You should rest in the meantime." 50%. Ron exclaimed once they'd been escorted to a comfortable waiting room. "They wanted to flip a coin on whether you'd live or die." "Mental. At least we know for certain now," Hermione said quietly. "And containment is a reasonable interim solution." "What I don't understand," Harry frowned, is why Dumbledore never mentioned looking into goblin magic as a solution. He made it sound like removing the Horcrux was nearly impossible. Maybe he doesn't know, Bill suggested. Goblin magic is incredibly secretive. Most wizards have no idea what they're capable of. Or maybe he didn't want it removed, Ron said darkly. If the Horcrux is what connects you to you-know-who, maybe Dumbledore was using that too. The thought sent an unpleasant chill through Harry. Using me as a Voldemort detector, you mean? It would explain some things, Hermione admitted reluctantly. Like why he never seemed overly concerned about your visions or pain in your scar. If he was gathering intelligence through your connection. That's cold, even for Dumbledore, Bill muttered. What about the ward connection? Harry asked, turning to Bill. You're a cursebreaker. What's your take on linking someone's core to a ward system? Bill ran a hand through his long hair. It's not unheard of, but it's definitely unusual and risky. Wards are typically anchored to places or objects, not people. The biggest problem is what happens if the person leaves the warded area or dies. The wards can collapse catastrophically. So Hogwarts protections are dependent on me staying alive and nearby? Harry asked incredulously. Not entirely, Bill clarified. A school that old has multiple ward layers built up over centuries. What Dumbledore did was likely add you as a power source to supplement the existing framework. If you died, the newer protections might fail, but the core wards would probably remain intact. How generous, Harry said sarcastically. The question, Hermione interjected, is whether we can modify or remove the connection without destabilizing Hogwarts' defenses. We can't leave the school vulnerable, especially with Voldemort active. That's where research comes in, Bill said. I've pulled some materials from Gringotts archives that might help. Not the kind of books you'd find at Flourish and Blotts. He gestured to a leather satchel in the corner. Goblin treatises on ward construction and magical tethering. They've allowed me to loan them to you as a professional courtesy, and because they're as angry about what's been done to you as we are. Hermione's eyes lit up at the prospect of rare books. May I? Bill chuckled. Just be careful. Some have protective enchantments that can be testy with new readers. While Hermione dove into the satchel with reverent care, Harry turned back to Bill. What about detecting other students who might be affected? Dumbledore claimed the connection was unique to me because of the soul fragment, but what if he's done something similar to others? Bill considered this. It's possible. The goblins could check, but they'd need each student to come in for testing. Or. He hesitated. Or what? Ron prompted. There's a revealing spell Cursebreakers use to detect magical tethers. It's normally used on objects, but it could be modified to work on people. It wouldn't give details about the connection, just confirm whether one exists. Could you teach it to us? Harry asked eagerly. It's NEWT level magic at minimum, Bill warned. And modifying spells is tricky work. We managed the Patronus charm in third year, Harry reminded him. And Hermione's brilliant at magical theory. I heard that, Hermione called without looking up from her book. And yes, I can learn it. Bill laughed. All right, I'll show you after your ritual. But promise me you'll be careful with it at Hogwarts. Revealing spells can trigger defensive countermeasures if what you're examining has been warded against detection. Speaking of Hogwarts, Ron said, how are we handling going back? Term starts in 3 weeks. I've been thinking about that, Harry admitted. I'm not sure I should go back at all. What? Both Ron and Hermione looked up in shock. It's Dumbledore's territory, Harry pointed out. He controls everything there. And now I know he's been using me as a magical battery for years. But you need to finish your education, Hermione protested. And the wards can only be properly examined and modified at Hogwarts itself. Plus, Ron added, where else would you go? You know who's looking for you. Hogwarts is still one of the safest places around, Dumbledore or not. Harry sighed, knowing they had valid points. I just don't like walking back into his web, knowing what I know now. Then don't walk in as a student, Bill suggested. Walk in as Lord Potter. What do you mean? Harry asked. The Potter family holds a hereditary seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, Bill explained. It's been dormant during your minority, but as Lord Potter, you can claim it. That gives you official authority and access to parts of the castle normally restricted to students, including the ward stones. Harry stared at Bill. How do you know all this? Cursebreaker, Bill tapped his head with a grin. We study magical governance structures as part of understanding site access. Plus, Charlie and I used to fantasize about finding loopholes in the school rules when we were students. That's brilliant, Hermione breathed. Harry would have legitimate authority independent of Dumbledore. I'd still need to attend as a student too, though, Harry pointed out. I can't exactly take classes as a governor. True, but you'd have additional rights and privileges, Bill confirmed. Including the ability to bring in outside consultants, like, say, a team of cursebreakers to examine certain magical anomalies in the castle. For the first time, Harry felt a plan taking shape that might actually work. I could request a formal audit of the school's magical defenses as a matter of student safety. Exactly, Bill nodded. Completely legitimate given recent events. No one could reasonably object, not even Dumbledore. Would the other governors support it? Ron wondered. Lucius Malfoy is off the board since his arrest, Bill reminded them. And after the Department of Mysteries fiasco and Fudge's disgrace, the Ministry is bending over backward to show they're taking security seriously. The timing couldn't be better. Hermione looked up from her book with a frown. There's just one problem. According to this text on tethered ward systems, examining a connection like Harry's could trigger a defensive response from the wards themselves. They might interpret it as an attack. That's why we'd need a proper team, Bill assured her. Cursebreakers know how to approach sensitive magical structures without triggering defenses. Further discussion was interrupted by Sharpclaw's return. The ritual chamber is prepared, Lord Potter. If you're ready. Harry stood, squaring his shoulders. As ready as I'll ever be. The containment ritual proved less dramatic but more uncomfortable than the examination. For nearly an hour, Harry lay perfectly still as the goblin mages chanted and worked their magic, painting invisible runes directly onto his scar with brushes tipped with a silvery substance. Blood freely given from a silver-horn unicorn, Soulrender explained when Harry asked. One of the few substances pure enough to contain dark magic without being corrupted by it. By the time they finished, Harry's head throbbed and his entire body felt vaguely numb, but the change was immediately noticeable. His mind felt clearer, as if a persistent buzzing he'd grown so accustomed to that he'd stopped noticing had suddenly ceased. The containment is complete, Soulrender announced. You should notice improved magical control and fewer intrusive thoughts or emotions from the Dark Lord. The connection remains, but it is now regulated. It feels quieter, Harry said, struggling to describe the sensation. A common response. The renewal process must be performed on the night of the full moon each month. We have prepared instructions for Miss Granger. Soulrender handed Hermione a small leather-bound book. The consequences of missing a renewal would be unpleasant. I won't miss it, Hermione promised, accepting the book reverently. What about the ward connection? Harry asked. Has this affected that too? The containment indirectly stabilizes all magical connections, Deepforge explained. The wards will still draw from you, but in a more controlled manner. Combined with your regulator bracelet, you should now have access to approximately 60% of your magical power, a significant improvement from 30%. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. For everything. Soulrender inclined his head. Gringotts values its relationship with the Potter family, Lord Potter. Your ancestor Hardwin Potter was instrumental in negotiating the Treaty of 1752. We do not forget such allegiances. The goblins escorted them back to the main level of the bank, where Ragnarok awaited with a small wooden box. "Your account security has been upgraded as requested," he informed Harry. "The attempted theft has been reported to the DMLE, though we expect little action given the current climate." "I appreciate your help regardless," Harry replied. "What's this?" He nodded toward the box. "A Potter family artifact we believe will be useful in your current circumstances," Ragnarok said, opening the box to reveal a simple silver pocket watch. "This belonged to your grandfather Fleamont. It has been enhanced with goblin magic to serve as a magical monitor. It will warn you if the ward drain exceeds safe parameters and provide emergency stabilization if necessary." Harry accepted the watch with surprise. "I didn't expect this." "Consider it partial reparation for our failure to detect the unauthorized drain on your magic sooner," Ragnarok said stiffly. "Goblins take such oversight seriously." By the time they left Gringotts, through the same secret entrance they'd used to arrive, dawn was breaking over London. Bill accompanied them back to Potter Manor via a secure port key, where they found Ron and Hermione's families waiting anxiously. "Ronald Bilious Weasley." Molly's voice rang out the moment they appeared in the entrance hall. "Disappearing in the middle of the night with barely a note. Harry James Potter." This from Mrs. Granger, who looked equally upset. "Hermione says you've been involved in some sort of magical medical procedure. Without parental consent." Harry winced. He'd forgotten that while he was now legally an adult in the wizarding world, Hermione was still a minor, and her parents were muggles with very limited understanding of magical matters. "Perhaps we should all sit down," he suggested, gesturing toward the Manor's sitting room. "There's a lot to explain." The explanations took hours, with frequent interruptions for questions, exclamations of outrage, primarily from Mrs. Weasley, and demands for clarification on magical concepts, from the Grangers. By mid-morning, everyone was exhausted but at least somewhat informed. "So this, soul piece, has been affecting Harry all this time?" Mrs. Granger asked, her clinical dentist's mind clearly trying to process the magical equivalent of a parasite. "Yes, but it's contained now," Hermione assured her. "The goblins have significantly reduced its influence." "And Albus knew about this?" Arthur Weasley shook his head in disbelief. "I can't fathom why he wouldn't have sought help, brought in experts." "That's what we intend to find out," Harry said grimly. "Along with how many other students might be affected by his ward experiments." "You really believe Dumbledore might have done this to others?" Mrs. Weasley looked troubled. "It seems so unlike him." "We don't know," Harry admitted. "That's why we need to check. Bill taught us a modified revealing spell that should detect magical tethers without triggering any defenses." "And you plan to use this at Hogwarts?" Mr. Granger frowned. "Isn't that dangerous? From what you've described, this Dumbledore person has already demonstrated a willingness to use children for his purposes." "That's why Harry's claiming his seat on the Board of Governors," Ron explained. "So he has official authority to investigate." "I don't like any of this," Mrs. Weasley declared. "Children shouldn't be involved in such matters. The Order should handle it." "With all due respect, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said firmly, "the Order answers to Dumbledore. And I'm not a child anymore, not legally, and not after everything I've been through." An uncomfortable silence followed this statement. "What would you like us to do, Harry?" Arthur finally asked, his reasonable tone a welcome contrast to his wife's protective outrage. "I need your support when I claim my governor's seat," Harry replied honestly. "And I may need allies within the Order when the truth comes out. People who will listen rather than automatically defending Dumbledore." "You'll have that," Arthur promised. "Bill has already convinced me there's something very wrong about this situation." "And us?" Mrs. Granger asked. "How can we help Hermione? We're not magical." "Actually," Hermione said hesitantly, "there is something. The renewal ritual for Harry's containment needs to be performed monthly. During holidays I can go to Gringotts, but during term. You'll be doing it," her mother finished, understanding dawning. That's why they gave you that book. It's perfectly safe, Hermione assured her quickly. But complicated. I'll need to practice extensively before September, and... She glanced at Harry. I'd feel better if you knew what I was doing, even if you can't perform the magic yourselves. The Grangers exchanged a look that Harry couldn't quite interpret. We've always tried to support your place in this world, Hermione, her father said carefully. Even when we don't fully understand it. This seems important. It is, she confirmed. Harry's life could depend on it. Then we'll learn whatever we can, Mrs. Granger decided. And support you however we're able. With the immediate family concerns addressed, they turned to practical planning. Bill would submit Harry's claim to the Board of Governors that afternoon. Arthur would discreetly gauge support among Order members without revealing too much. The Grangers would stay at Potter Manor for a few days to learn about the containment ritual. And Harry, Ron, and Hermione would continue researching wards, magical tethers, and Horcruxes. As everyone dispersed to their assigned tasks, Harry found himself alone with Hermione in the library, surrounded by stacks of books and scrolls. You didn't have to involve your parents, he told her quietly. I know how hard you've worked to keep them separate from the dangers of the magical world. They needed to know, she replied, not looking up from her notes. I've been keeping too many secrets from them. After the Department of Mysteries. She trailed off, then met his eyes. I nearly died, Harry. And they would never have known why. I can't do that to them anymore. Harry nodded, understanding all too well. I'm sorry I got you involved in all this. Don't, she said sharply. Don't apologize for things that aren't your fault. You didn't ask to have a piece of Voldemort's soul stuck in your head. You didn't ask Dumbledore to use your magic without permission. And you certainly didn't ask for any of us to be your friends. Still, no. She put down her quill firmly. You need to stop taking responsibility for things others have done to you, Harry. That's part of the problem, you've been conditioned to accept whatever happens as somehow your burden to bear alone. It's not. The forceful certainty in her voice caught him off guard. When did you get so insightful about me? A slight blush colored her cheeks. I've always paid attention. I just haven't always said what I observed. Before Harry could respond, Ron entered the library with a stack of sandwiches and a pitcher of pumpkin juice. Pippi insisted, he explained, setting the food on a clear corner of the table. Said we needed brain fuel. Your timing is impeccable as always, Ronald, Hermione said, but her tone was fond rather than exasperated. They ate while continuing to research, occasionally sharing findings that seemed relevant. By late afternoon, Hermione had compiled a comprehensive overview of ward theory as it related to human magical cores. The key problem, she explained, gesturing to her neatly organized notes, is that ward systems are designed to draw consistent power from stable sources, ley lines, ambient magic, fixed enchantments. Human cores are inherently variable, affected by emotions, health, magical exertion, and dozens of other factors. So the wards might draw too much during high-stress situations, Harry surmised. Exactly. And given your tendency to find yourself in life-threatening circumstances. It could kill me when I need my magic most, Harry finished grimly. There's something else, Ron said, looking up from a historical account of Hogwarts' defensive measures. According to this, the founders built the original ward matrix around the combined magic of all four of them. When they died, the system was reconfigured to draw from ambient magic and the headmaster's line. The headmaster's line? Hermione repeated, frowning. Yeah, it says each head of Hogwarts ceremonially connects to the wards when they take office. It gives them awareness of the castle's defenses and certain control functions. So Dumbledore is already connected to the wards, Harry said slowly. Why would he need to add me to the system? Maybe the traditional connection wasn't enough, Hermione suggested. After Voldemort's return, perhaps he needed more power than he could provide alone. Or maybe, Harry said darkly. He knew something about the connection between Voldemort and me that he's still not sharing. Before they could pursue that troubling thought, Bill's head appeared in the library fireplace. "Good news," he announced. "Your claim to the governor's seat has been accepted. The board is meeting next week to discuss security arrangements for the coming term. You're invited to attend." "That was fast," Harry said, surprised. "Augusta Longbottom chairs the board now," Bill explained. "She's apparently quite impressed by your initiative in matters of student safety and expedited the process." "Neville's grandmother?" Harry asked. "I didn't know she was on the board." "She's a force of nature," Bill confirmed. "And not a Dumbledore loyalist, which will help your case." The meeting set for Monday at 10 a.m. at the ministry. Formal robes required. After Bill's head disappeared from the flames, Harry turned to his friends with determination. "We need to be fully prepared for this meeting. It's our chance to get official access to investigate the wards." "We should talk to Neville before then," Hermione suggested. "If his grandmother's chairing the board, she might be a valuable ally. And..." She hesitated. "We should check whether Neville himself might be affected by ward connections." "How would we do that without explaining everything?" Ron asked. "Simple," Harry decided. "We invite him here. Cast the detection spell Bill taught us. If he's clear, we thank him for coming and send him home. If he's not..." He left the implication hanging. "I'll write to him tonight," Hermione agreed. "But Harry, we should consider who else might be at risk. The spell Bill taught us requires proximity, we can't check everyone. Who would Dumbledore most likely target?" Ron mused. "Students with strong magical cores, probably. The DA members," Harry suggested. "He knows they're skilled. And they were all at the Department of Mysteries." "That's a good starting point," Hermione nodded. "I'll write to Luna and Ginny too. We can invite them along with Neville." Neville arrived at Potter Manor the following morning, looking nervous but pleased to be included. Luna and Ginny came shortly after, the latter shooting curious glances between Harry and Hermione when she thought no one was looking. "This place is lovely," Luna commented dreamily, gazing up at the enchanted ceiling of the entrance hall, which displayed a gentle summer sky. "Though you should know you have a moderate Raxpert infestation in the East Wing." Thanks Luna. "I'll have Pippi look into that," Harry replied, having learned long ago not to question her observations too closely. "Thanks for coming, all of you." "Your letter was intriguingly vague," Neville said. "Something about magical health checks." Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. They had decided on a partial truth approach. "I recently discovered some concerning magical issues affecting me," Harry explained, leading them to the sitting room. "Things that were done without my knowledge or consent. I have reason to believe others might be affected too, especially those close to me or involved in the DA." "What kind of issues?" Ginny asked sharply. "Magical drains," Hermione answered. "Unauthorized connections to Harry's core that were siphoning his magic for other purposes." Luna's protuberant eyes widened further. "Like the thimbleweed that attaches to garden gnomes and borrows their magic to bloom in winter." Something like that," Harry agreed, though he had no idea if thimbleweeds were real or another Luna creation. "Bill Weasley taught us a detection spell that can safely check for such connections. With your permission, we'd like to cast it on each of you." Neville looked troubled. "Who was doing this to you, Harry?" Harry hesitated. "I'd rather not say until we know if anyone else is affected. It's politically sensitive." "It was Dumbledore, wasn't it?" Luna asked calmly. "Daddy's always said he harvests student magic to feed his heliopath army." Ron choked slightly while Hermione pressed her lips together in what Harry recognized as her "don't contradict Luna" expression. "We're not making accusations yet," Harry said carefully. "First, we need data." To his relief, all three agreed to the detection spell. Hermione performed it, having mastered the modified version Bill had taught them. Nexus Revelio, she incanted, making a complex wand movement over Ginny first. A soft golden glow briefly surrounded the youngest Weasley before fading completely. Clear, Hermione confirmed. No unexpected magical connections. Luna's test produced similar results, a brief glow that quickly dissipated, indicating no tethers or drains. Then came Neville's turn. Hermione cast the spell, and the initial glow appeared as expected. But instead of fading, it intensified around his chest in a distinct pattern of lines, like a geometric spiderweb centered over his heart. "That's not normal," Ron stated the obvious. "Neville," Hermione said gently, "the spell indicates you have a magical tether. Something is connected to your core, though it appears much less extensive than Harry's connection." Neville had gone pale. "What does that mean? Is something draining my magic?" "Not necessarily draining," Harry explained. "But there's definitely a connection of some kind. If you're willing, we'd like to take you to Gringotts. The goblins can perform a more detailed analysis." "Is it dangerous?" Neville asked, looking down at his chest where the glow had been. "The connection might be, long-term," Hermione admitted. "But detecting it isn't harmful." Neville straightened his shoulders in a way that reminded Harry forcefully of their experiences in the Department of Mysteries. "Let's go then. I want to know what this is." The goblins were not surprised to see them return so soon, nor were they surprised by Neville's test results. "The Longbottom heir?" Sharpclaw raised a bushy eyebrow after examining the magical signature of Neville's connection. "Interesting but not unexpected." "What do you mean?" Harry demanded. "The Longbottoms and Potters have historically been allied families," Sharpclaw explained. "Both were instrumental in founding Hogwarts' advanced defensive systems during the Goblin rebellions of the 17th century. If one heir was connected to the wards, the other might be too," Hermione finished, understanding dawning. Neville looked bewildered. "My family helped build Hogwarts defenses. Gran never mentioned that." "Few remember such details," Sharpclaw said dismissively. "Wizard memory is conveniently short when it comes to cooperative achievements with other races." Further testing revealed that while Neville did indeed have a connection to the Hogwarts wards, his drain was minimal, perhaps 10% of his total magical capacity. "Your connection appears to be a traditional heir's link," Sharpclaw informed him. "Voluntary and regulated, likely established with your parents' consent when you first displayed accidental magic. Unlike Lord Potter's connection, which shows signs of extensive modification and amplification." "So I'm not being used?" Neville asked hesitantly. "Not in the same manner," Sharpclaw confirmed. "However, the connection should have been disclosed to you upon your acceptance to Hogwarts. That it was not suggests deliberate concealment." "By Dumbledore," Neville guessed, looking at Harry with newfound understanding. "That's who did this to you, isn't it?" Harry nodded grimly. "The evidence points that way." Neville's typically gentle expression hardened. "My parents trusted him. They were in his order. As were mine," Harry reminded him. "It's complicated, Neville. I'm still trying to understand his motivations. But I'm done being kept in the dark about things that affect me directly." "What are you going to do?" Neville asked. "I've claimed the Potter seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors," Harry explained. "I'm going to push for a full audit of the ward system and all connected students. Your grandmother is chairing the meeting on Monday." Neville's eyes widened. "Gran will go ballistic if she finds out about this. She's already suspicious of Dumbledore after what happened at the Ministry. Would she support an investigation even if it means challenging Dumbledore directly?" Hermione asked. "Support it?" "She'll demand it," Neville said with certainty. "Especially if the Longbottom heir has been affected. Family magic is sacred to Gran. Would you be willing to come to the board meeting?" Harry asked. Having two affected students, both heirs to ancient houses, would strengthen our case significantly. Neville nodded without hesitation. Count me in. And Harry? Thanks for checking on me. I've always struggled with magic, now I wonder if this connection has been part of the problem. Even with only 10% drained, it could explain some difficulties, Hermione confirmed. Especially with certain types of magic that require precise core control. As they prepared to leave Gringotts, Sharpclaw pulled Harry aside. A word of caution, Lord Potter. The Board of Governors has significant authority over Hogwarts, but the headmaster's position is magically reinforced. Challenging Dumbledore on his own ground requires finesse. What do you suggest? Harry asked. Focus on the unauthorized nature of the modifications to your connection, not the connection itself, Sharpclaw advised. And perhaps, demonstrate the consequences. Demonstrate how? A controlled magical surge, the goblin suggested with a gleam in his eye. When magical connections are stressed, they become visible even to those without special detection spells. Most effective during a formal magical demonstration. Harry considered this. I'd need a legitimate reason to perform magic during a board meeting. Perhaps a demonstration of student defense capabilities. Sharpclaw suggested innocently. Given recent events, the board would surely be interested in how well Hogwarts is preparing its students for potential dangers. A plan began forming in Harry's mind. That could work. Thank you, Sharpclaw. We goblins appreciate strategic thinking, Lord Potter. Particularly when it involves holding powerful wizards accountable. The weekend passed in a flurry of preparation. Harry, with Hermione's help, studied proper Board of Governors protocol and procedure. Ron and Neville worked on a persuasive presentation about student safety concerns. Luna, who had insisted on staying involved despite not being directly affected, contributed research on historical instances of magical exploitation at Hogwarts, some factual, others clearly from the Quibbler's more creative archives. By Monday morning, Harry felt as prepared as he could be. He dressed in formal robes bearing the Potter crest, the family ring prominent on his right hand and his new pocket watch securely in his vest pocket. You look like a proper lord, Hermione observed as she helped adjust his collar. Her fingers lingered perhaps a moment longer than necessary, and Harry found himself noticing the faint scent of vanilla that seemed to surround her. Thanks, he replied, suddenly feeling oddly nervous in a way that had nothing to do with the upcoming meeting. You'll be watching from the public gallery. Front row, she confirmed. Ron, Luna, and I will all be there. Neville will join you once the testing evidence is presented. They traveled to the Ministry via secure fluke connection from Potter Manor. Arthur Weasley met them in the atrium, looking uncharacteristically formal in his own robes. The meeting room is on level 2, he informed them quietly. Several reporters are already waiting outside. Word has spread that the new Lord Potter is making his first public appearance. Reporters? Harry grimaced. I hadn't planned on that. Actually, it might work in our favor, Hermione suggested. Public scrutiny will make it harder for anyone to dismiss your concerns. Just stick to the plan, Ron reminded him. You don't need to mention you-know-who or Horcruxes or any of that. Just focus on the unauthorized ward connection and student safety. The Board of Governors meeting room turned out to be a formal chamber with a horseshoe-shaped table where the 12 governors sat. A smaller table faced them, presumably for presenters or witnesses. A gallery of seats lined the back wall for observers. Augusta Longbottom, resplendent in formal robes and her trademark vulture hat, presided at the center of the horseshoe. She nodded regally as Harry entered. Lord Potter, she greeted. The board welcomes you to your first meeting. As is customary for new members, you may observe today's proceedings from seat 11. She indicated an empty chair near the end of the horseshoe. Thank you, Madam Longbottom, Harry replied with a formal bow. Before I take my seat, I would like to request that a matter of urgent student safety be added to today's agenda. Murmurs rippled through the room. This was not the standard procedure for a new governor's first meeting. That is, unusual, Augusta acknowledged, studying Harry with sharp eyes. The agenda was set last week. I understand, Madam Chair. However, this matter directly affects multiple students, including myself and your grandson. That caught her attention. Neville. What about my grandson? With your permission, I would like to present evidence of unauthorized magical connections affecting certain students at Hogwarts, connections that drain their magic without consent or notification. The murmurs grew louder. Augusta rapped her gavel sharply. That is a serious allegation, Lord Potter. Do you have substantive evidence? I do, Madam Chair. Verified by both Gringotts testing and independent cursebreaker examination. Augusta's eyes narrowed. Very well. The board will hear your evidence after the scheduled agenda items. Please take your seat. Harry nodded and moved to seat 11, careful to maintain the dignified bearing Hermione had coached him on. From this position, he could see the entire board, a mix of elderly wizards, a few middle-aged witches, and one goblin representative who nodded slightly to Harry in recognition. The standard agenda items proceeded with excruciating slowness: budget approvals, staffing confirmations for the coming year, curriculum reviews. Harry listened attentively, making mental notes on which governors seemed most engaged and which seemed disinterested or dismissive. Finally, after nearly 2 hours, Augusta called for Harry's presentation. The board recognizes Lord Potter regarding his concerns about unauthorized magical connections. Harry approached the presenter's table, setting down a folder of documents Hermione had prepared. Thank you, Madam Chair, honored governors. I come before you today not only as a new member of this board but as a concerned student who has discovered something deeply troubling about Hogwarts' magical systems. He proceeded to outline the discovery of the ward connection draining his magic, carefully excluding any mention of the Horcrux issue but emphasizing the lack of consent, the severity of the drain, and the potential life-threatening consequences. Independent testing at Gringotts confirmed that approximately 70% of my magical core was being diverted to power the Hogwarts ward system, he explained. This connection was established during my first year, without my knowledge or my guardian's consent. Who would have the authority to establish such a connection? One of the older governors asked skeptically. Only the headmaster or possibly the deputy headmistress could modify the ward system in this manner, Harry replied. And the magical signature on the connection has been identified as belonging to Professor Dumbledore. This caused an uproar. Augusta had to bang her gavel repeatedly to restore order. These are extraordinary claims, Lord Potter, she said once quiet returned. What evidence can you provide beyond Gringotts' assessment? I would like to demonstrate the nature of the connection directly, Harry proposed, exactly as Sharpclaw had suggested. With the board's permission, I will perform a simple magic exercise that will make the connection temporarily visible. After receiving approval, Harry moved to the center of the room. He drew his wand and began casting a series of progressively more powerful spells, starting with a simple Lumos, then moving to a shield charm, followed by a complex transfiguration. As the magic flowed through him, the regulator bracelet on his wrist began to glow. Those watching closely could see thin strands of golden light emerging from Harry's chest, stretching upward as if reaching toward Hogwarts' distant location. What you're seeing is the ward connection attempting to draw more magic as I increase my output, Harry explained. The bracelet I'm wearing prevents the drain from exceeding safe levels, but without it, this demonstration could potentially render me magically exhausted or worse. And you say this connection was established during your first year? Augusta clarified, watching the golden strands with narrowed eyes. Yes, Madam Chair. After the incident with the Philosopher's Stone, while I was unconscious in the hospital wing. And what of your claim regarding my grandson? She demanded. With your permission, I would like to call Neville Longbottom to demonstrate a similar, though less severe, connection. At Augusta's nod, Neville entered from the observer gallery and joined Harry. When he performed a series of spells, faint silver threads became visible, similar to Harry's golden ones but notably thinner and less numerous. Gringotts confirmed that approximately 10% of Air Longbottom's magic is being diverted, Harry explained. In his case, it appears to be a traditional heirs connection, likely established with his parents' consent. However, Neville was never informed of this connection's existence or purpose. Augusta's expression had grown thunderous. "The board will take a 15-minute recess," she announced abruptly. "Lord Potter, heir Longbottom, please remain." As the other governors filed out, Augusta approached the young men. "Explain everything," she demanded without preamble. "And do not omit details to spare an old woman's sensibilities." Harry glanced at Neville, who nodded encouragingly, before launching into a more detailed explanation, including the regulator bracelet, the visit to Gringotts, and the modified detection spell that had identified Neville's connection. "We suspect there may be other students affected as well," he concluded. "Though probably not to the same extent as myself." "And you believe Dumbledore is responsible for all of this?" Augusta asked directly. "For the modifications to my connection, yes," Harry confirmed. "His magical signature was identified on the spellwork. For Neville's connection, it's less clear. It may have been established legitimately but never disclosed as it should have been." Augusta was silent for a long moment, absently adjusting her vulture hat as she processed this information. Frank and Alice would never have consented to their son's magic being used without his knowledge, she finally said. Even for Hogwarts protection. Whatever agreement was made, it would have included disclosure when Neville reached an appropriate age. "That's what we suspected," Harry agreed. "The lack of transparency seems to be a pattern." "What do you propose as remedy, Lord Potter?" Augusta asked, her tone slightly softer. "A complete audit of Hogwarts' ward system by independent cursebreakers," Harry replied promptly. "Identification of all connected students. Full disclosure to those affected. And a restructuring of the ward power system to eliminate non-consensual magical drains." Augusta nodded slowly. "A reasonable approach. The board has authority to mandate such an audit." She paused, considering. "Dumbledore will resist, of course. That's why I brought this to the board rather than to him directly," Harry admitted. "I needed institutional authority behind this investigation." "Shrewd," Augusta commented, looking at Harry with newfound respect. "James would be proud." He never had much patience for politics, but Lily, she understood the value of proper channels. The reminder of his parents caught Harry off guard. "You knew them well?" "We served in the order together," Augusta said simply. "Your mother was particularly skilled at finding elegant solutions to complex problems. I see you've inherited that trait." When the full board reconvened, Augusta took control immediately. "Having reviewed the evidence presented by Lord Potter and witnessed the demonstrations, I am proposing an emergency measure, a complete audit of Hogwarts' ward system by an independent team of cursebreakers, to be conducted before the start of the fall term." The vote that followed was not unanimous but was decisively in favor, 9-3. "The motion carries," Augusta declared. "Lord Potter, as the originator of this investigation, you will serve as board liaison to the curse-breaking team. I suggest you select experts you trust implicitly." "Bill Weasley," Harry said immediately. "And a goblin specialist from Gringotts, if possible." "I will make the arrangements with Gringotts directly," the goblin representative offered. "They will be most interested in this project." As the meeting concluded, Harry found himself surrounded by reporters in the corridor outside. "Lord Potter. Is it true you've discovered magical drains affecting students? Are you challenging Dumbledore's management of Hogwarts? Does this relate to the recent Death Eater activities?" Harry held up a hand for quiet. He had anticipated this moment and prepared a statement with Hermione's help. "As a newly seated governor, I have brought concerns about student safety to the board's attention. An independent review of Hogwarts' magical protections will be conducted to ensure all systems are operating ethically and safely. This is not about challenging any individual but about upholding the school's commitment to student welfare. That's all I can share at this time." He pushed through the crowd to where Ron, Hermione, and Luna waited. "You were brilliant," Hermione whispered as they made their way toward the atrium. Augusta Longbottom looked ready to declare war on Dumbledore. That went even better than we planned, Ron agreed. But Harry, you know what's coming next, right? Dumbledore, Harry nodded. He'll have heard about the meeting within minutes. Sooner than that, Luna said dreamily, pointing toward the atrium's main fireplace where a tall figure with a long silver beard had just emerged. Albus Dumbledore stood there, resplendent in formal purple robes, his expression grave as his eyes found Harry's across the crowded atrium. Right on cue, Harry murmured. Let's go say hello to the headmaster, shall we? They approached Dumbledore together, a united front. Harry noticed several ministry employees slowing their pace to observe the encounter between the young Lord Potter and the legendary headmaster. Harry, Dumbledore greeted, his blue eyes missing their customary twinkle. I understand congratulations are in order for your appointment to the Board of Governors. Thank you, Headmaster, Harry replied formally, conscious of the watching crowd. I look forward to contributing to Hogwarts governance. Indeed. And I understand your first contribution has been quite substantial, Dumbledore continued. Perhaps we could discuss these ward concerns in private? The board has already voted, Headmaster, Harry stated clearly. An independent audit will proceed regardless of our discussion. But I'm happy to explain the concerns that led to this decision. Dumbledore's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. My office at Hogwarts would provide more appropriate privacy than the ministry atrium, I think. Actually, Hermione interjected smoothly, Lord Potter has commitments with the curse-breaking team this afternoon. Perhaps tomorrow would be more convenient. The curse breakers won't be able to access the ward matrix without my assistance, Dumbledore pointed out mildly. As headmaster, I am bound to the wards in ways few understand. That's precisely why the audit needs to be independent, Harry countered. The board has authorized the team to examine all aspects of the ward system, including connections to current students and staff. A flicker of something, concern. Annoyance, crossed Dumbledore's face before his genial expression returned. Very well, Harry. As you wish. I shall make myself available to the audit team tomorrow morning. Will you be joining them? As board liaison, yes, Harry confirmed. Along with representatives from Gringotts. Gringotts, Dumbledore repeated softly. I see. Well, this should be most educational for everyone involved. He inclined his head slightly. Until tomorrow, then. As Dumbledore departed, Harry felt a strange mixture of triumph and unease. The confrontation had gone more smoothly than expected, which somehow made him more suspicious rather than less. He's planning something, Ron muttered, clearly thinking along similar lines. Of course he is, Hermione agreed. He's had years to establish these connections. He won't give up control easily. That's why we need to be ready for tomorrow, Harry said firmly. Let's go find Bill and start planning the audit. Bill Weasley had already assembled an impressive team by the time they reached his office at Gringotts later that afternoon. 2 other human curse-breakers, a stern-looking witch named Cassandra Weatherby and a younger wizard introduced as Raj Patil, Parvati's cousin, he explained with a friendly smile, plus 3 goblin specialists whose names Harry couldn't quite pronounce. The board's authorization gives us access to areas of Hogwarts normally restricted even to staff, Bill explained, spreading out ancient-looking blueprints of the castle. The primary ward nexus is located beneath the Great Hall, accessible only through the headmaster's office or through a secret passage near the kitchens. Dumbledore will be expecting us to go through his office, Harry noted. The kitchen's route gives us an alternative. Exactly, Bill agreed. The goblins will take that approach while we enter officially through the headmaster's office. Divide his attention. Cassandra tapped the blueprint with a scarred finger. The ward matrix itself is supposedly quite beautiful, crystalline structures built by the founders themselves, modified by each generation of heads. But it's also dangerous. Magical connections that old develop a kind of awareness, a defensive instinct. What are we looking for exactly? Harry asked. 3 things, Raj answered, counting on his fingers. 1. The nature and extent of your connection to the matrix. 2. Any similar connections to other students. 3. How to safely modify or remove these connections without destabilizing the entire ward system. And if we can't remove them safely? Hermione asked the question Harry had been avoiding. The Cursebreakers exchanged glances. There are always options, Bill said carefully. But some might involve compromises, reduced protection for the castle, or maintaining certain connections with proper consent and regulation. I won't agree to being drained against my will, Harry stated firmly. Not anymore. Not even for Hogwarts. Nor should you, one of the goblin specialists growled approvingly. Magical theft remains theft, regardless of noble intentions. The planning session continued late into the evening, covering everything from technical approaches to examining the ward matrix to contingency plans if Dumbledore attempted to interfere. By the time they finished, Harry felt reasonably confident in their preparation. Get some rest, Bill advised as they prepared to return to Potter Manor. Tomorrow will be magically intensive, especially for you, Harry. The wards will recognize your connection and may react strongly to your presence. Meaning what exactly? Harry asked warily. Best case. Nothing unusual happens, Bill said honestly. Worst case. The wards try to draw emergency power when they sense your presence combined with our probing. That's why you need to keep the regulator bracelet on at all times, and have your emergency monitor ready. Harry touched the pocket watch Ragnarok had given him. I'll be careful. We all will, Hermione promised, her hand finding Harry's and squeezing gently. The simple gesture of support sent an unexpected warmth through him. They arrived at Hogwarts the following morning to find the castle eerily quiet without its usual complement of students. Only the ghosts and house elves moved through the hallways, along with the occasional professor preparing for the coming term. Dumbledore awaited them in the entrance hall, looking perfectly calm and welcoming. Ah, Lord Potter and the curse-breaking team. Welcome to Hogwarts, though of course for some of you, it's more of a homecoming. His eyes twinkled as they swept over Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Thank you for accommodating this audit, Headmaster, Harry replied formally. The board feels it's a necessary precaution given recent security concerns. Of course, of course. Student safety is paramount, Dumbledore agreed easily. Shall we proceed to my office? The ward nexus is accessible through a passage there. As they followed Dumbledore up the familiar route to his office, Harry felt a strange sensation, a pulling, as if something deep in the castle recognized his presence and was reaching for him. His regulator bracelet warmed slightly in response. You feel it, don't you? Dumbledore asked quietly, dropping back to walk beside Harry. The ward's recognizing you. Yes, Harry admitted, seeing no point in denial. They've never done that before. They've always recognized you, Harry. You simply weren't aware of it until now. Dumbledore sounded almost sad. Knowledge changes perception in curious ways. In the headmaster's office, Fawkes trilled a greeting from his perch. The phoenix fixed Harry with an unervingly intelligent gaze before fluttering over to land on his shoulder, surprising everyone. Well now, Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. Fawkes doesn't often choose to greet visitors so personally. The phoenix's warm weight felt oddly comforting. Harry reached up hesitantly to stroke the brilliant feathers. Hello, Fawkes. A soft musical trill answered him, and Harry felt a subtle wave of reassurance. It was hard to interpret the emotion, but it didn't feel threatening. I believe he's offering support, Dumbledore suggested, watching the interaction with evident curiosity. Phoenixes have their own understanding of magical bonds and connections. Fascinating as this is, Cassandra interrupted briskly, we should proceed to the nexus. We have a great deal to examine. Of course, Ms. Weatherby. Dumbledore moved to a section of wall behind his desk and pressed his hand to an unremarkable stone. The wall shimmered and revealed a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The path to the heart of Hogwarts. As they began to descend, Harry noticed Fawkes remained stubbornly on his shoulder, apparently intent on accompanying them. "Is this normal?" he whispered to Bill, nodding toward the Phoenix. "Not remotely," Bill replied under his breath. "But phoenixes have powerful protective magic. Could be useful." The staircase spiraled deep beneath the castle, the air growing progressively cooler and more heavily charged with magic. Harry's bracelet continued to warm, occasionally pulsing as if responding to surges in the ambient power. The ward nexus was originally constructed by the four founders, Dumbledore explained as they descended. Each contributed their unique magical signatures and protective intentions. Over centuries, headmasters and headmistresses have added their own modifications and strengthening elements. "And student connections?" Bill asked pointedly. "When did those become part of the system?" "An innovation of necessity during darker times," Dumbledore replied smoothly. "The Goblin rebellions of the 1600s first demonstrated the vulnerability of stationary ward anchors. Connecting the heirs of founder-allied families provided mobile anchors that made the wards more resilient to targeted attacks. But those connections were established with full knowledge and consent of the families involved," Cassandra noted. "According to historical records." "Indeed," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Though definitions of consent were rather more flexible in earlier centuries." Before anyone could pursue that troubling statement, they reached the bottom of the staircase. A massive oak door inlaid with the four house emblems blocked their path. "The entrance to the Nexus chamber," Dumbledore announced. "As headmaster, I must provide the initial access." He placed both palms on the door and murmured something too low to hear. The emblems glowed in sequence: badger, eagle, snake, lion, before the door swung inward silently. The chamber beyond took Harry's breath away. A vast circular room, easily the size of the Great Hall, opened before them. But where the hall featured enchanted ceiling and long tables, this space was dominated by a complex crystalline structure that seemed to grow from both floor and ceiling, meeting in a dazzling latticework of magical energy at the center. Thousands of threads of light in various colors pulsed through the crystal formations, some thick as ropes, others delicate as spider silk. The entire structure hummed with power, creating a sound like distant music. "The Hogwarts ward matrix," Dumbledore said, his voice softening with evident reverence. "One of the most sophisticated magical constructs in Britain, perhaps in all of Europe." The curse breakers moved forward immediately, professional fascination momentarily overriding their wariness. They began casting diagnostic spells and taking measurements, calling observations to each other in technical language Harry couldn't follow. Fawkes chose that moment to leave Harry's shoulder, soaring upward to circle the central junction where the most powerful energy flows converged. "Now then," Dumbledore turned to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Perhaps you three should remain near the entrance while the experts work. The magical energies here can be overwhelming to the untrained." "Actually," Bill interrupted, "we need Harry closer to the center. His connection is what we're here to examine." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry sensed a subtle tension. "As you wish. But I must insist on proper safety precautions. The wards may react, unpredictably." Harry approached the central crystalline structure cautiously, guided by Raj. As he drew closer, his regulator bracelet grew notably warmer, and the pulling sensation he'd felt earlier intensified. "There," Raj pointed to a particular golden thread among the thousands of magical connections. "That's your link, Harry. It's significantly larger than I expected." Indeed, while most of the threads were hair-thin, the golden connection Raj indicated was thick as Harry's thumb, pulsing with bright energy. "Can you trace where it leads?" Harry asked, staring at the physical manifestation of what had been draining his magic for years. "It branches into multiple ward systems," Cassandra reported, her wand tracing complex patterns in the air. "Defensive shields, intrusion detection, magical concealment from muggles, it's feeding at least 7 major ward functions." "And others?" Hermione asked, keeping a careful distance but observing intently. "Are there other student connections?" Raj nodded, pointing to several smaller threads in varying colors. At least a dozen, though most are a fraction of the size of Harry's. Standard air connections, by the look of them. There! Ron suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a silver thread that shimmered with a familiar signature. That must be Neville's. Bill confirmed this with a quick diagnostic spell. Longbottom connection, established approximately 1986. Limited draw, properly regulated. And this one? Hermione asked, indicating a blue thread nearby. Love good, Bill identified after checking. Very small connection, probably established when she entered Hogwarts. Barely drawing any magic at all. Luna? Harry was surprised. She didn't show any connection when we tested her. Our detection spell has limitations, Hermione reminded him. It only reveals connections above a certain strength threshold. As the Cursebreakers continued their examination, they identified connections to students from several ancient families, mostly minimal draws that seemed to serve more as recognition anchors than significant power sources. Harry's connection is unique, Cassandra finally declared, looking troubled. It's at least 10 times stronger than any other student link, and shows signs of significant modification over time. The largest enhancement appears to date from approximately June 1995, Raj added, consulting his notes. Another substantial modification in June 1996. After Voldemort's return, Harry realized. And again after the Department of Mysteries battle. All eyes turned to Dumbledore, who had been watching their investigation with an unreadable expression. Perhaps now would be an appropriate time for me to explain the necessity of these modifications, he suggested calmly. Please do, Bill said, his tone professional but cool. As I previously explained to Harry, the initial connection was established to counteract an existing magical drain caused by his unwilling connection to Voldemort, Dumbledore began. A redirection, if you will, putting that power to protective use rather than allowing it to feed his enemy. But it evolved beyond that, Harry pointed out. You enhanced it twice. Yes, Dumbledore acknowledged. After Voldemort's resurrection, the threat to Hogwarts increased exponentially. The wards required strengthening beyond what traditional sources could provide. Your magical core, Harry, is exceptionally powerful, stronger than any student I've encountered in my lifetime. The wards responded to that power, drawing more than I had initially intended. And you didn't think to inform Lord Potter or modify the connection to prevent excessive drain, one of the goblin specialists demanded. I monitored it carefully, Dumbledore insisted. Harry never showed signs of magical exhaustion beyond what would be expected from his various adventures. Because I was operating at 30% capacity. Harry exclaimed, his temper finally breaking through. Do you have any idea what that's been like? Struggling with spells that should have come easily. Watching other students master magic that I couldn't seem to grasp. Thinking there was something wrong with me. Fawkes swooped lower, trilling what sounded like a warning note. I deeply regret any distress this caused you, Dumbledore said quietly. Truly. But the protection of hundreds of students, don't, Hermione interrupted fiercely. Don't justify using one student to protect others. That's not how ethical magic works. A subtle change rippled through the crystalline structure, threads pulsing more rapidly, the humming note deepening. The Matrix is responding to emotional energy, Raj warned. Everyone needs to remain calm. Too late, Harry felt a surge of power pulling at him. His regulator bracelet grew painfully hot, the metal glowing red as it struggled to contain the sudden increased drain. What's happening? Ron demanded, looking alarmed. The wards are drawing emergency power, Bill explained tensely. They perceive the conflict as a potential threat. Dumbledore stepped forward quickly. I can stabilize them, no, Harry said through gritted teeth, fighting the painful pull on his magic. This is exactly the problem. The wards take what they want without regard for the source. The pocket watch in Harry's vest began to vibrate and emit a high-pitched warning tone. The goblin emergency measure was detecting dangerous drain levels. Harry, you need to move away from the nexus, Cassandra urged. The proximity is amplifying the draw. But as Harry tried to step back, he found himself unable to move. The golden thread connecting him to the matrix had brightened to an almost blinding intensity, physically restraining him. I can't, he gasped, feeling his magic being pulled away faster than the regulator could compensate. It's holding me here. Fawkes dive-bombed the central junction, releasing a burst of phoenix magic that temporarily disrupted the matrix's patterns. The pulling sensation eased momentarily, but quickly resumed. The connection must be severed immediately, the lead goblin specialist declared. It has become actively dangerous. Severing it improperly could collapse the entire ward system, Dumbledore warned. And potentially harm Harry in the process. Doing nothing will definitely harm him, Hermione countered, her voice shaking with anger and fear. Look at him. Indeed, Harry was growing visibly paler, dark circles appearing beneath his eyes as the magical drain intensified. The regulator bracelet was now emitting smoke, clearly on the verge of failure. Bill, Harry managed, the goblin protocol, do it. Bill looked momentarily conflicted, glancing between Harry and the ward matrix. Do it. Harry repeated more forcefully. With a grim nod, Bill pulled a small crystal from his pocket, an emergency measure the goblins had prepared. He pressed it against the golden thread where it connected to the matrix and spoke a harsh phrase in gobbledygook. The crystal flashed brilliant white, then shattered. The golden thread didn't break but visibly thinned, its connection to Harry reducing to perhaps a quarter of its previous size. The crushing pull on Harry's magic immediately diminished. A temporary dampening field, Bill explained quickly. It won't last more than a few hours, but it should give us time to implement a more permanent solution. Harry sagged with relief, his regulator bracelet cooling from red-hot to merely warm. Thank you, he breathed. A dangerous gamble, Dumbledore observed, though his tone held no accusation. Though I understand your motivation. The ward matrix pulsed erratically for several moments, adjusting to the sudden reduction in power flow. Gradually, it stabilized into a new pattern, less brilliant but still functional. The core wards remain intact, Raj reported after a quick diagnostic. The enhanced layers have reduced in strength but haven't failed. As I suspected, Dumbledore nodded. The castle's original protections are remarkably resilient. Which raises the question, Hermione said pointedly, of why Harry's connection needed to be so extensive in the first place. The wards are clearly capable of functioning without draining him to dangerous levels. Before Dumbledore could respond, Professor McGonagall's voice called down from the stairway entrance. Albus? Are you down there? There's been an alarm from the ward monitors in my office. We're here, Minerva, Dumbledore replied. There's been a slight adjustment to the ward system. Nothing to concern yourself with. But McGonagall was already descending the stairs, her expression shifting from concern to shock as she took in the scene, the cursebreakers, the exposed ward matrix, Harry's exhausted appearance, and the damaged regulator bracelet on his wrist. What in Merlin's name is happening here? She demanded. An audit of the ward system, Professor, Harry answered before Dumbledore could speak. Authorized by the Board of Governors. McGonagall's sharp eyes took in the golden thread still connecting Harry to the matrix, now reduced but still visible. Mr. Potter, are you connected to the wards? He has been since his first year, Minerva, Dumbledore said quietly. A necessity I had hoped would be temporary but which circumstances required me to maintain. McGonagall's face went white, then flushed with anger. You've been drawing on a student's magic for 5 years. Without informing me, your deputy. Without informing him. The situation was complex, it was unconscionable. McGonagall's Scottish accent thickened with her anger. We are educators, Albus. Our first duty is to our students' welfare, not using them as magical resources. Her outburst seemed to surprise even her, and she took a moment to compose herself before turning to Harry. Mr. Potter, Lord Potter, I should say, I give you my word that I had no knowledge of this arrangement. Had I known, I would never have permitted it to continue. I believe you, Professor, Harry said simply, and was surprised to realize he genuinely did. McGonagall turned back to Dumbledore. The board will need to be informed of the full extent of this situation. As will the affected students' families. Of course, Dumbledore agreed, his calm facade finally showing cracks of genuine regret. Though I maintain that my actions, while perhaps lacking in transparency, were motivated by the need to protect all within these walls. Intent does not excuse method, Albus, McGonagall said firmly. Not in this case. The Cursebreakers resumed their work, now with McGonagall observing intently and occasionally asking precise, technical questions that revealed a surprisingly sophisticated understanding of ward construction. The deputy head also has a connection to the wards, Bill explained when Harry asked about this. Not as extensive as the headmasters, but significant. She would need to understand their basic function. By mid-afternoon, the team had compiled comprehensive documentation of the ward system, all student connections, and several potential approaches to permanently modifying Harry's link to prevent dangerous drains while maintaining necessary protections. The simplest solution, Cassandra explained as they reviewed options in McGonagall's office, would be to restore Lord Potter's connection to the same level as the other air links, approximately 5 to 10% maximum draw, with proper regulatory constraints. That seems reasonable, McGonagall agreed. The original wards functioned perfectly well for centuries without such extensive student connections. There is another consideration, Dumbledore pointed out. Harry's connection also serves to shield his magical signature from detection by Voldemort. Reducing it too drastically could expose him to greater risk when away from Hogwarts. Harry frowned. That wasn't mentioned before. An additional benefit I discovered after establishing the initial connection, Dumbledore explained. The ward system masks your magical signature within its broader protective field. It's partly why Voldemort has struggled to locate you magically. That could be maintained separately, one of the goblin specialists suggested. A personal concealment charm would achieve the same effect without requiring a constant power drain. We can work with the Gringotts enchanters to create something appropriate, Bill agreed. A protective amulet or similar item that draws power only when needed for concealment. After much discussion, they settled on a plan. Harry's connection would be reduced to a standard air level, about 8% of his magical capacity, properly regulated and with built-in safeguards against emergency surges. The other student connections would be documented, and those students would be informed of their links to the castle's defenses. And Gringotts would create a specialized protective amulet for Harry that would conceal his magical signature from detection without continuous drain. Implementation will require several days of careful work, Raj explained. The ward matrix needs time to adjust to each modification to prevent instability. I am prepared to cooperate fully, Dumbledore assured them, though Harry thought he detected a note of resignation beneath the headmaster's usual serenity. And to accept whatever censure the board deems appropriate for my actions. That will be determined at the next meeting, Harry said formally. For now, our priority is ensuring the safety of all connected students. As they prepared to leave, McGonagall pulled Harry aside. Potter, she said quietly, I want to apologize personally for not noticing what was happening to you. Your inconsistent spell performance, your occasional exhaustion. I attributed it to lack of application or teenage distraction. I should have looked more deeply. You couldn't have known, Professor, Harry replied. Dumbledore went to great lengths to keep it hidden. Nevertheless, as your head of house, I should have been more attentive to the signs. She straightened her shoulders. Rest assured, I will be monitoring the modification process personally to ensure no further liberties are taken with any student's magic. Harry nodded, appreciating her straightforwardness. Thank you, Professor. As they left the castle, Harry felt lighter than he had in years, not just emotionally but magically. Even with the temporary dampening field in place, he could sense his magic flowing more freely, responding more naturally to his will. How do you feel? Hermione asked as they crossed the grounds toward the boundary where they could apparate back to Potter Manor. Different, Harry admitted. Like I've been wearing clothes 3 sizes too small all my life and finally have something that fits. The next few weeks will be interesting, Bill commented. As your magic stabilizes and you adjust to having more power available, you might experience some unpredictability. Nothing dangerous, but be prepared for spells to come out stronger than you're used to. I can help you practice, Hermione offered immediately. Set up a training schedule to safely explore your restored capabilities. Ron snorted. Of course that's your solution. More studying. It's a perfectly reasonable approach, Hermione defended, though her cheeks colored slightly. I'd appreciate the help, Harry told her, smiling at the familiar bickering. Though I'd like to believe I won't need to relearn 5 years of magical education from scratch. The fundamentals should remain the same, Bill assured him. You'll just find many spells easier than before, and some previously difficult magic might now be well within your capabilities. Back at Potter Manor, they found Neville waiting for them, along with his grandmother who had apparently insisted on being present for the debriefing. Well? Augusta demanded as soon as they entered. What did you discover? They explained everything, the extent of Harry's connection, the identification of multiple student links including Neville's, the temporary dampening field, and the plan for permanent modifications. Dumbledore has always played his cards close to his chest, Augusta commented when they finished. But this goes beyond secrecy to outright deception. Using students as magical batteries without proper consent or oversight is expressly forbidden by the Hogwarts Charter of 1702. The Charter? Hermione's interest was immediately piqued. I don't recall reading about that in Hogwarts, a history. You wouldn't, Augusta sniffed. The more politically sensitive sections were omitted from the popular version. The complete charter is available only to governors and ministry officials with appropriate clearance. What does it say about ward connections specifically? Harry asked, intrigued by this new information. Article 7 prohibits the binding of any student's magical essence to school frameworks or enchantments without explicit family consent, proper regulatory measures, and full disclosure upon the student reaching 14 years of age. Augusta recited from memory. It was added after the Henderson incident during the Goblin Rebellion of 1682. Henderson incident? Ron questioned. A headmaster attempted to power the entire defense system using 12 students from powerful families, Augusta explained grimly. 5 died from magical exhaustion when the castle came under attack. It caused quite the scandal at the time. Harry felt sick. So this has happened before. In a more extreme form, yes, Augusta confirmed. Which is why the charter was amended and why the board takes this matter so seriously. Dumbledore may have had noble intentions, but he violated one of Hogwarts' most fundamental protective rules. What will happen to him? Neville asked quietly. Augusta's expression turned calculating. That depends on how the full board votes. Removal is possible, though unlikely given his standing and the current climate with you-know-who's return. A formal censure, restrictions on his authority regarding the ward system, and mandatory oversight of any future modifications would be the minimum consequence. I don't necessarily want him removed, Harry said, surprising himself. Despite everything, Hogwarts needs his protection right now. But I want safeguards in place to prevent this from happening to anyone else. A measured response, Augusta approved. And likely to gain broader support from the board than demands for his dismissal. As the discussion continued, Harry found his attention drifting. The events of the day had been exhausting, both magically and emotionally. Seeing the physical manifestation of his connection to the wards, experiencing the dangerous surge that could have killed him if not for the goblin interventions, confronting Dumbledore with McGonagall's unexpected support, it was a lot to process. Hermione noticed his fatigue first, as she often did. Harry needs rest, she announced, interrupting a technical discussion about ward regulations. The magical drain took a significant toll, and he's still recovering. Of course, Augusta nodded briskly. We can continue planning tomorrow. Neville and I will return after breakfast to discuss next steps. As everyone began dispersing, Hermione gently guided Harry toward the main staircase. "Come on. You look dead on your feet." "I'm fine," he protested weakly, even as he leaned slightly against her support. "You're a terrible liar," she informed him as they climbed the stairs. "Always have been." In the upstairs hallway, she hesitated outside his bedroom door. "Do you need anything? A potion for dreamless sleep, perhaps?" Harry shook his head. "Just rest, I think." "But Hermione." He paused, suddenly uncertain how to express what he was feeling. "Yes," she prompted when he didn't continue. "Thank you. For everything. I couldn't have done any of this without you." A soft smile spread across her face. "Yes, you could have. But I'm glad you didn't have to." She hesitated, then leaned forward and kissed his cheek. "Get some sleep, Harry. Tomorrow we start figuring out what you can really do with your magic." As she turned to go, Harry caught her hand. "Stay. Just for a bit. I don't think I want to be alone right now." The request surprised both of them. Hermione's eyes widened slightly, but she nodded. "Of course." They sat together on the window seat in Harry's room, watching the sun set over the manor grounds. Neither spoke much, but the silence was comfortable, punctuated occasionally by observations about the day's events or plans for the coming weeks. At some point, Hermione's hand found his, their fingers intertwining naturally. The simple contact grounded Harry, reminding him that whatever challenges lay ahead, with Dumbledore, with Voldemort, with his newly accessible magic, he wasn't facing them alone. As darkness fell completely, Harry felt his eyelids growing heavy. The last thing he remembered before drifting off was the gentle pressure of Hermione resting her head against his shoulder, her soft voice murmuring, "We'll figure it all out, Harry. Together." For the first time in longer than he could remember, he fell asleep without fear or worry shadowing his thoughts, just the warm certainty that tomorrow held more possibilities than he'd ever believed possible. Chapter 3, Breaking Free. The first day of term at Hogwarts felt different this year. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, watching students rush around with trunks and owl cages, their excited chatter filling the air. Everything looked the same as always, the scarlet engine belching steam, tearful parents giving last-minute advice, first years wide-eyed with anticipation, but Harry himself had changed fundamentally. "Ready for this?" Ron asked, appearing beside him with his trunk. "As ready as I'll ever be," Harry replied, unconsciously touching the new amulet hanging beneath his shirt, a flat silver disc engraved with protective runes, created by Gringotts to shield his magical signature without continuous drain. The last 3 weeks had been intense. Daily practice sessions with his newly accessible magic. Regular visits from Bill's curse-breaking team as they methodically modified the ward connections. 2 more board meetings where Dumbledore faced formal censure but, as Augusta had predicted, retained his position with significant new restrictions on his authority. And through it all, the subtle but unmistakable shift in his relationship with Hermione. Nothing officially declared, no dramatic confessions or passionate moments, just a gradual deepening of their connection. Hands finding each other naturally. Late nights researching side by side until one or both fell asleep. A growing comfort in shared silences and an ability to communicate with just a glance. As if summoned by his thoughts, Hermione appeared through the barrier, her parents following with her trunk. "Sorry we're late. Dad insisted on triple-checking everything," she called, hurrying over. Harry's heart did that odd little jump it had started doing whenever he saw her. "No problem. Train doesn't leave for another 15 minutes. Mrs. Granger pulled Hermione into a tight hug. "Remember, every full moon without fail. And write to us immediately if anything seems wrong with the containment." "I will, Mum," Hermione promised. The Grangers had immersed themselves in understanding the goblin containment ritual for Harry's Horcrux, attending every renewal session at Gringotts over the summer. "And you, Mr. Granger," turned to Harry, "don't hesitate to contact us if you need anything. Magical or not, we're here for you." "Thank you, sir," Harry said sincerely. The Grangers' unconditional support had been one of the summer's unexpected blessings. As they boarded the train and found a compartment, Harry felt the familiar excitement of returning to Hogwarts mingled with new apprehension. The ward connection had been successfully modified, now drawing only 8% of his magic with proper safeguards, but returning to the castle meant facing Dumbledore on his home territory. Nervous? Hermione asked quietly after her parents had departed and Ron had gone to find Ginny. A bit, Harry admitted. Everything's different now. I'm not just a student anymore. No, you're Lord Potter, Hogwarts governor, with a seat at the high table and special access to restricted areas, she teased gently. When you say it like that, it sounds ridiculous. It is a bit. She smiled. But it's also necessary. You needed the authority to protect yourself and others. The compartment door slid open, and Neville entered with Luna. There you are. Neville grinned. Gran's been telling everyone who'll listen about the ward situation. I think half the ministry knows by now. That was the point, wasn't it? Luna said dreamily. Public knowledge prevents further secrecy. Exactly, Harry confirmed. The more people who know, the harder it is for anyone to try something similar again. Neville settled in beside Luna. I've been practicing with my magic since they adjusted my connection. It's not a huge difference, but certain spells definitely feel easier. The nargles around you have decreased by at least 30%, Luna informed him seriously. They prefer magically suppressed hosts. Harry stifled a laugh. Luna's observations might be wrapped in peculiar terminology, but she often perceived truths others missed. Their conversation turned to the practical implications of the modified ward system. All affected students had been officially notified, their families informed of the nature and extent of their connections. Most, like Neville, had minimal draws that posed no significant risk but had never been properly disclosed. The Patil twins were shocked, Neville reported. Apparently, it's not common practice in India to link students to school wards at all. Different magical traditions, Hermione explained. British magical institutions have always been more interconnected with their inhabitants. You mean they use people as batteries more often, Harry translated dryly. The train journey progressed with visits from various DA members, many curious about the rumors surrounding Harry's summer activities. He confirmed only what had been made public, that an audit had discovered unauthorized magical connections affecting certain students, that the board had ordered modifications, and that new safeguards were now in place. When they finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt a subtle tug as they approached the castle, the ward connection recognizing him, but no longer the crushing drain he'd experienced in the Nexus chamber. More like a gentle acknowledgement. You feel it? Neville asked quietly as they climbed into a thestral-drawn carriage. Harry nodded. It's different now. Less demanding. Like it's saying hello instead of grabbing you, Neville agreed. Gran says that's how the air connections were always meant to feel, a reciprocal relationship, not a parasitic one. The great hall looked as magnificent as ever, enchanted ceiling showing a clear night sky scattered with stars. Harry noticed Dumbledore watching from the head table as students filed in, his expression pleasant but eyes sharp with assessment. McGonagall intercepted Harry before he reached the Gryffindor table. Potter, a moment. She led him to a small side door. As board liaison for the ward modification project, you have the option to sit at the head table for important announcements. The headmaster will be addressing the changes publicly tonight. I'd rather sit with my friends, Harry replied immediately. But I appreciate the offer, Professor. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been approval. Very well. However, please remember that you're expected at the governor's quarters after the feast for final confirmation of the ward status. The governor's quarters, a suite of rooms Harry had discovered during the ward audit, traditionally maintained for board members visiting the school. He'd never imagined he'd have legitimate access to such spaces as a student. I'll be there, Professor. Returning to his friends, Harry settled between Hermione and Ron at the Gryffindor table. The sorting ceremony proceeded normally, though Harry noticed Dumbledore seemed less engaged than usual, his applause for new students perfunctory. When the sorting concluded and the feast appeared, Ron dug in with his customary enthusiasm while Hermione leaned closer to Harry. McGonagall looked serious, she murmured. "Everything okay?" "Fine. Just confirming arrangements for tonight's ward check." "I'll come with you," she said immediately. For the renewal ritual afterward. Tonight marked the September full moon, the first time Hermione would perform the containment renewal outside Gringotts. The goblins had insisted on the symbolism of conducting it within Hogwarts itself, where the Horcrux had been actively draining Harry's magic for years. "Thanks," he said, genuinely grateful. The monthly ritual wasn't painful but left him feeling magically vulnerable for several hours afterward. Having Hermione there made the process less isolating. When the feast concluded, Dumbledore rose for the usual start-of-term announcements. After covering the standard warnings about the Forbidden Forest and banned items, his demeanor shifted to something more formal. "Some of you may have heard rumors regarding changes to Hogwarts' magical protections," he began, his voice carrying effortlessly across the hall. "I wish to address these directly. Over the summer, an audit discovered that certain students were magically connected to the school's ward system without proper documentation or, in some cases, consent." A ripple of whispers spread through the hall. Many students looked confused, while others, particularly those from old wizarding families, appeared alarmed. These connections have now been properly regulated, with affected students and their families fully informed. The Board of Governors has implemented new protocols to ensure transparency and safety moving forward. Dumbledore's gaze briefly found Harry. "I take full responsibility for the oversight and have accepted the board's censure in this matter." More whispers, louder now. Dumbledore acknowledging any mistake was unprecedented. "Those directly affected have been notified," he continued. "If anyone experiences unusual magical symptoms or concerns, please consult Madame Pomfrey immediately. Your well-being remains our highest priority." The clinical way he addressed the issue, as an oversight rather than deliberate exploitation, made Harry's jaw tighten, but he kept his expression neutral. This public acknowledgement had been part of the agreement with the board. Now, on a related note, Dumbledore's tone lightened slightly. "I'm pleased to announce that Lord Harry Potter has accepted a position as student liaison to the Board of Governors, focusing on magical safety concerns. He will be available to address any questions regarding the ward modifications or other security matters." The announcement sent a shock wave through the hall. Students craned their necks to stare at Harry, many appearing confused by the title, Lord. "Subtle," Ron muttered sarcastically. "Just put a massive target on your back, didn't he?" "That was likely the point," Hermione whispered. "He's acknowledging your authority while ensuring everyone knows you're challenging him." After the feast, Harry made his way to the governor's quarters on the 4th floor, a corridor he'd never noticed before despite years of exploring the castle with the Marauder's map. Hidden through selective perception charms, Bill explained when Harry arrived. Only visible to those with board authority or those specifically invited. The suite was impressive, a comfortable sitting room with tall windows overlooking the grounds, a formal meeting chamber, and several bedrooms for governors requiring overnight accommodation. The curse-breaking team had set up monitoring equipment in the central room, displaying a magical model of the ward matrix. "Final diagnostics looking good," Raj reported. "All student connections properly regulated, emergency surge protectors installed, and the documentation system updated to record any future modifications automatically." "So we're done?" Harry asked hopefully. "Almost," Cassandra replied. "We need one final verification from within the Nexus chamber itself. The headmaster has granted access for midnight tonight, symbolic timing for the completion of a major warding project." Harry nodded, understanding the magical significance. Midnight on the first day of term, with a full moon, powerful timing for solidifying magical protections. "What about the Horcrux containment?" he asked Hermione, who had joined them as planned. "We should perform it directly afterward," she replied. The renewal will interact more stably with the newly modified ward connection that way. Bill checked his watch. That gives us a few hours. You should rest, Harry. The final verification will require your magical participation as the primary affected party. Harry agreed, retreating to one of the bedrooms to lie down while the others continued monitoring the ward system. Despite his intention to rest, his mind raced with thoughts about the confrontation with Dumbledore that surely awaited at the Nexus chamber. He must have dozed off because Hermione's gentle hand on his shoulder startled him awake. "It's nearly time," she said softly. "How are you feeling?" "Ready to finish this," he replied, sitting up. "Is everyone else set?" "The team's ready. Neville's here too." Augusta insisted he witnessed the final verification as the secondary affected heir. They gathered in the sitting room where Bill distributed communication amulets, simple crystals that would allow them to stay in contact if they needed to separate. "Remember," Bill instructed, "this is just verification. No major magical work should be necessary. But Hogwarts can be unpredictable, especially during magically significant times like tonight." The small group made their way through the sleeping castle toward Dumbledore's office. The corridors felt different at night, the magic more palpable, the shadows deeper, the portraits watching with greater attention. Dumbledore awaited them at the gargoyle entrance, dressed in midnight blue robes embroidered with silver stars that seemed to genuinely twinkle in the torchlight. "Ah, right on time," he greeted, his manner cordial if reserved. "The Nexus is particularly responsive tonight, the full moon's influence, I suspect." They followed him up the spiral staircase and through his office. Fawkes was absent from his perch, which struck Harry as odd given the Phoenix's interest during their previous visit. The descent to the Nexus chamber felt longer than before, the staircase spiraling deeper into the castle's foundations. The magical pressure increased with each step, though no longer painful for Harry with his properly regulated connection. "I must admit," Dumbledore broke the silence as they descended, "the modifications have resulted in some unexpected benefits. The ward system appears more stable now, perhaps because the connections are more balanced among multiple sources rather than drawing primarily from one." Harry wasn't sure how to respond to this almost casual observation about the system that had drained him for years, so he simply nodded. The massive oak door with its house emblems appeared ahead, glowing faintly in the magical atmosphere. Dumbledore placed his palms against it as before, murmuring the access phrase, and the door swung open. The crystalline structure within looked different from their previous visit, more harmonious somehow, the thousands of threads pulsing in synchronization rather than chaotically. The central junction where the most powerful flows converged shimmered with a silvery light that hadn't been present before. "The culmination of our work," Bill said with professional satisfaction. "A fully balanced ward matrix." The curse breakers moved forward, casting diagnostic spells and checking measurements against their previous readings. Harry stood back with Hermione and Neville, watching. "Your connection," Neville pointed to the now much thinner golden thread that linked Harry to the matrix. "It looks healthier." Harry nodded, feeling the gentle hum of the connection without the painful pull of before. "Yours too," he observed, noting the silver thread that connected Neville was now pulsing with a steady, calm rhythm. "For the final verification," Cassandra called, "we need both heirs to approach the central junction. Lord Potter first, then Heir Longbottom." Harry stepped forward cautiously. As he neared the center of the chamber, the golden thread brightened slightly but remained stable. He felt the connection acknowledge him without attempting to draw additional power. "Perfect," Raj confirmed, monitoring the magical readings. "Now, cast a simple spell, something that requires minimal power." "Lumos," Harry said, and the light at the end of his wand appeared normal and steady. The ward connection showed no change in draw level. "Now something more demanding," Bill instructed. "A Patronus, perhaps." "Expecto Patronum." The silver stag erupted from Harry's wand with effortless grace, cantering around the chamber before dissolving. This time, the golden thread brightened momentarily but immediately stabilized. "The regulation is functioning perfectly," Cassandra confirmed. Even with significant magical output, the ward connection maintains consistent draw levels. Neville's verification followed similar steps, his connection showing proper regulation even when he successfully produced a non-corporeal Patronus, a new achievement he attributed to his unblocked magic. "I believe that concludes the technical verification," Bill announced, turning to Dumbledore. "The modifications are stable, properly documented, and functioning as designed. All that remains is the ceremonial confirmation from you as headmaster and Lord Potter as board liaison." Dumbledore nodded, stepping forward to stand opposite Harry at the central junction. "The ceremony requires a simple magical acknowledgement, both of us casting simultaneously to formally accept the new configuration." Harry hesitated, suddenly wary. "What spell exactly?" "A variant of finite incantatem," Dumbledore explained. "Modified to seal rather than end the current arrangement. Headmasters have used it for centuries when making significant ward adjustments." Bill nodded confirmation. "It's standard procedure, Harry. The incantation is finite stabilium." Still cautious but trusting Bill's expertise, Harry raised his wand. Dumbledore did the same, the two standing with the crystalline junction between them. "On 3, Dumbledore directed. 1, 2, 3, finite stabilium," they cast in unison. The effect was immediate and unexpected. The spell hit the central junction and exploded in a shower of silver and gold sparks. The entire matrix flared brilliantly, every thread suddenly illuminated to blinding intensity. "What's happening?" Harry shouted over the sudden roar of magical energy. "The wards are resetting." Bill called back. "It's normal, they're accepting the new configuration." But something felt wrong. The golden thread connecting Harry had begun to pulse rapidly, growing thicker with each beat. His regulator bracelet warmed in warning. "Bill. My connection is changing." Dumbledore stepped closer to the junction, his expression intense. "The matrix is rejecting the partial connection. It wants full access again." "Stop it!" Hermione cried, rushing forward only to be held back by Raj. "You promised this wouldn't happen." "I didn't anticipate this reaction," Dumbledore admitted, raising his wand again. "The castle itself seems to be resisting our modifications." The pull on Harry's magic intensified, not yet painful but definitely stronger than the regulated 8% they'd established. His regulator bracelet grew hotter against his skin. "Do something," Neville demanded, his own connection beginning to pulse faster as well. "I can attempt to override the castle's resistance," Dumbledore said, "but it will require significant power, more than I alone can safely channel at my age." Harry understood immediately. "You want my help. You want me to voluntarily give what you took before." "Yes," Dumbledore admitted simply. "Not permanently, just enough to re-establish control and enforce the modified connections. The castle's original magic was created by the founders themselves, it has developed a certain will of its own over the centuries." The ward matrix continued to fluctuate, threads whipping about like they were caught in a magical storm. The golden connection to Harry grew steadily thicker despite his bracelet's regulatory efforts. "We don't have much time," Bill warned. "If the matrix destabilizes completely, the wards could collapse or surge unpredictably." Harry looked from the increasingly unstable matrix to Dumbledore's face. Despite everything, he couldn't risk Hogwarts protections failing, not with Voldemort active and students returning. "What do I need to do?" he asked. "Join your magic with mine," Dumbledore explained quickly. "Consciously, willingly direct it through me to the ward matrix. I'll shape it to reinforce the modifications." "Harry, wait," Hermione pleaded. "This could be a trick." "We don't have a choice," Harry replied, decision made. "If the wards fail, everyone in the castle is at risk." He stepped forward, standing directly across from Dumbledore at the central junction. The headmaster extended his hand over the crystalline structure. "Your hand over mine," he instructed. "Focus your intent on protecting Hogwarts while maintaining your autonomy. The intent is crucial." Harry placed his hand over Dumbledore's, their fingers not quite touching. Immediately, he felt the connection between them, Dumbledore's magic, familiar yet different from how he'd imagined it. Not dark or threatening, but ancient, complex, and weighed with responsibility. Now, channel your magic consciously, not a spell, just pure magical energy with clear intent. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the feel of his magic, how it flowed through him, how it connected to his core. Then, deliberately, he pushed a portion of that energy toward Dumbledore and threw him to the ward matrix. The effect was immediate. The chaotic fluctuations in the matrix began to calm, the whipping thread settling back into harmonious patterns. Harry could feel Dumbledore shaping the energy he provided, using it to reinforce the modified connections rather than overriding them. "It's working," Cassandra confirmed, monitoring the magical readings. "The matrix is stabilizing." For several minutes, they remained frozen in this position, Harry channeling magic, Dumbledore directing it through the ward system. The effort was draining but entirely different from the previous unwilling connection. Harry remained in control of how much he gave, consciously limiting the flow. Finally, the matrix settled completely, returning to the balanced configuration they had established over the summer. The golden thread connecting Harry thinned back to its proper regulated size. Dumbledore withdrew his hand, looking tired but satisfied. "Thank you, Harry. The modifications have been accepted. The castle will not resist them again." Harry stepped back, feeling drained but not dangerously so. His regulator bracelet had cooled to normal temperature. "Was that necessary?" he asked directly. "Or was it a test to see if I would willingly help after everything that happened?" Dumbledore's eyes met his, unexpectedly candid. "Perhaps both. The instability was genuine, the founders built Hogwarts to resist changes to its core systems. But I admit I was curious whether you would still trust me enough to join your magic with mine." "I don't trust you," Harry clarified. "I trust that you want to protect Hogwarts and its students. Those aren't the same thing." "A fair assessment," Dumbledore acknowledged with a slight nod. "And wiser than many wizards twice your age." The Cursebreakers conducted final checks, confirming that the ward system was now fully stable with all modifications properly integrated. The ceremony was complete, the ward audit officially finished. "We should proceed with the containment renewal," Hermione reminded Harry quietly. "The full moon is at its peak." "You may use my office," Dumbledore offered. "It has the necessary privacy and magical shielding for such sensitive work." Harry hesitated, reluctant to perform the Horcrux containment ritual in Dumbledore's space. But the Nexus chamber wasn't suitable, and returning to the governor's quarters would mean traversing the castle while magically vulnerable. "Fine," he agreed reluctantly. "But only Hermione comes with me. Everyone else waits here." Dumbledore acquiesced without argument. "I shall remain with the Cursebreakers to answer any final questions. Take whatever time you need." Harry and Hermione climbed the spiral staircase, leaving the others in the Nexus chamber. When they reached Dumbledore's office, they found Fawkes had returned to his perch. The Phoenix trilled a soft greeting. "It's strange," Hermione commented as she began preparing the ritual materials from her bag. "After everything, I still can't bring myself to hate Dumbledore. Be angry with him, yes, but not hate him." "I know what you mean," Harry admitted, sitting in the chair she indicated. "He did something terrible, but I think he genuinely believed it was necessary." "That's the most dangerous kind of wrong," Hermione said softly, arranging small crystal vials containing the silvery unicorn blood substance. "When someone intelligent and powerful is absolutely convinced they're right." The containment renewal ritual took nearly 30 minutes, Hermione carefully tracing invisible runes over Harry's scar with the silver-tipped brush, reciting goblin phrases with flawless pronunciation. Throughout, Fawkes watched with apparent interest, occasionally adding soft trills that seemed to harmonize with the ritual magic. "There," Hermione said finally, setting down the brush. "How does it feel?" Harry focused inward, assessing the familiar quiet clarity that came with successful containment. Perfect. The buzzing is gone again. Good. The goblins were concerned that proximity to the ward nexus might interfere with the containment, but it seems to have worked normally. She began carefully packing away the ritual implements. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. For doing this, for everything this summer. I couldn't have managed any of it without you. Hermione paused in her methodical packing. You could have. You're stronger than you realize, Harry. But I'm glad you didn't have to do it alone. Their eyes met, and Harry felt the now familiar warmth spreading through him, different from magic, deeper somehow. He reached for her hand, interlacing their fingers. Hermione, the office door opened, interrupting whatever he had been about to say. Dumbledore entered, followed by Bill and Neville. Ah, you've completed the ritual, Dumbledore observed. Successful, I trust. Yes, Harry replied shortly, reluctantly releasing Hermione's hand. We were just finishing up. Excellent. Before you depart, there is one matter I feel I should address. Dumbledore moved to his desk but didn't sit. Regarding the soul fragment. Harry tensed immediately. What about it? I understand the goblins have implemented a containment solution, Dumbledore said carefully. While effective for managing symptoms, it does not address the underlying issue. We're aware, Hermione replied coolly. The goblins are researching permanent removal methods that don't carry a 50% mortality risk. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. They disclosed those odds. Refreshingly forthright. Unlike some, Harry couldn't resist adding. A fair criticism, Dumbledore acknowledged. Which is why I wish to share something now. He moved to a cabinet behind his desk and removed a shallow stone basin carved with runes, his pensive. I've been researching Voldemort's past extensively, seeking understanding of how the soul fragment came to be and how it might be safely removed. Despite his lingering anger, Harry found his curiosity piqued. And? I believe Voldemort created multiple such fragments deliberately, Horcruxes intended to secure his immortality. The piece within you was accidental, created when his killing curse rebounded, but others exist. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. How many? I believe 6 intentional fragments, making 7 parts in total including the piece that still inhabits his reconstructed body. Dumbledore gestured to the pensieve. I've collected memories, evidence of his actions and possible locations of these objects. I had planned to share this research with you gradually throughout this year, but recent events suggest a more transparent approach is warranted. Harry exchanged glances with Hermione, whose expression reflected his own shock and concern. Why tell me this now? Harry asked suspiciously. Because your containment solution, while ingenious, is temporary, Dumbledore replied simply. And because defeating Voldemort requires destroying all fragments of his soul, including, eventually, the one you carry. The blunt statement hung in the air. You're saying I have to die, Harry said flatly. I'm saying we must find another way, Dumbledore corrected. The goblins' research into extraction methods aligns with my own recent discoveries. I believe there may be a ritual that could remove the fragment without harming you, but it requires understanding all of Voldemort's Horcruxes first. Bill stepped forward. The curse-breaking team has discussed this with Gringotts. If multiple Horcruxes exist, studying them could reveal vulnerabilities in how the soul magic functions. Precisely, Dumbledore nodded. Which is why I'm offering full disclosure of my research now, to combine our knowledge and resources toward finding a solution that doesn't require your sacrifice. Harry wasn't sure what to think. After discovering Dumbledore's years of deception regarding the ward connection, trusting his claims about Horcruxes seemed risky. Yet the information aligned with what the goblins had told them. We'll review your research, he decided finally. But through the curse-breaking team, not directly with you. As you wish, Dumbledore agreed without hesitation. I'll provide everything to Bill for independent verification. He returned the pensieve to its cabinet. There is one more thing you should know. The containment ritual you're using interacts with your ward connection in beneficial ways. The goblins may not have realized this, but the monthly renewal actually helps stabilize both magical systems. Meaning what exactly? Hermione asked. Meaning the containment is more effective at Hogwarts than it would be elsewhere, Dumbledore explained. The ward connection, even in its reduced state, helps isolate the foreign soul magic from your own. I suspect you'll find the containment lasts longer and works more effectively while you remain within Hogwarts boundaries. Harry frowned. That sounds suspiciously convenient for keeping me here under your watch. I understand your skepticism, Dumbledore sighed. But you can verify this with the goblins. The magical theory is sound. Containment spells function more effectively within established ward networks, particularly when the subject has a recognized connection to those wards. Bill nodded reluctantly. He's right about the magical theory. We can ask the goblin specialists to confirm, but it makes sense. Dawn was breaking by the time they finally left Dumbledore's office. Harry felt exhausted but also strangely at peace. The ward connection was properly regulated at last, the Horcrux contained for another month, and a path forward, albeit a challenging one, had been revealed. What do you think? He asked his friends as they walked through the empty corridors. About the other Horcruxes? It explains why he didn't die when the killing curse rebounded, Hermione reasoned. And why he could create that new body. Gran will want to know, Neville said grimly. The board should be informed if Hogwarts might be connected to these soul fragments somehow. Dumbledore mentioned a ring that belonged to Voldemort's mother's family, Bill added. Said he'd already destroyed it but nearly died in the process. If these things are that dangerous, we need proper curse-breaking protocols for handling them. They reached the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, where they would need to separate, Bill to report to the curse-breaking team, Neville and Hermione to their dormitories, and Harry to the governor's quarters where he'd been granted permission to stay when performing official board duties. Try to get some sleep, Bill advised. Classes start in a few hours. Sleep sounds perfect, Harry agreed wearily. But first, Neville, can I borrow the Marauder's map for the day? I want to check something. Once alone in the governor's quarters, Harry activated the map and searched for a specific name, Tom Riddle. If Dumbledore was right about Voldemort leaving Horcruxes at Hogwarts, the map might reveal their presence as it showed the Chamber of Secrets. Nothing appeared under that name, but Harry wasn't surprised. It would have been too easy. He was about to clear the map when another name caught his attention, moving alone through the 7th-floor corridor, Draco Malfoy, pacing back and forth in a specific pattern that Harry recognized immediately. The Room of Requirement, he murmured. What's Malfoy doing there at dawn on the first day of classes? His exhaustion momentarily forgotten, Harry studied the map more carefully. Malfoy's dot continued its pacing before suddenly vanishing, entering the room, which remained unplottable even to the Marauder's magic. Harry made a mental note to investigate later. If Malfoy was up to something suspicious, it warranted attention, especially given Lucius's involvement with Death Eaters. Finally allowing himself to rest, Harry settled onto the comfortable bed in the main governor's bedroom. Despite the day's revelations and the challenges ahead, he felt an unfamiliar sense of confidence. For the first time in his life, he was confronting problems with his full magical strength available, surrounded by allies who respected his autonomy rather than protecting him through deception. Whatever Voldemort had planned, whatever Horcruxes remained to be found, Harry would face them on his own terms, with his magic fully his own. Classes began with the usual first-day chaos, but Harry immediately noticed the difference in his magical performance. Charms that had once required intense concentration now came effortlessly. Transfiguration, previously his weakest subject after potions, suddenly made intuitive sense. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall commented, eyebrows raised as he perfectly transformed his desk into a large pig on the first attempt, it seems your summer studies have paid off significantly. Just accessing more of my natural ability, Professor, Harry replied with deliberate emphasis. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been approval. Indeed. 5 points to Gryffindor for exceptional visualization. The change was most dramatic in defense against the dark arts, now taught by Snape. When Harry successfully performed a silent shield charm on his first attempt, something even Hermione struggled with initially, Snape's expression darkened suspiciously. "It seems fame has finally translated into modest competence, Potter," he sneered. "Perhaps you could demonstrate the impediment Jinx next," also silently. Harry complied, casting the Jinx with such precision that Ron, his practice partner, froze in mid-movement like a statue. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Stay after class, Potter." When the room had emptied, Snape closed the door with a flick of his wand. "Explain this sudden improvement," he demanded without preamble. "I'm sure Dumbledore has informed the staff about the ward modifications," Harry replied calmly. "My magic is no longer being drained to power the castle's defenses." The headmaster mentioned certain adjustments, Snape acknowledged reluctantly. He failed to specify they would result in such dramatic changes to your abilities. Perhaps he didn't want to acknowledge how much he'd been suppressing them all these years, Harry suggested. Snape studied him with calculating eyes. "The Dark Lord will notice this change, Potter. Your magical signature is different, stronger, more defined." "I'm aware. Precautions have been taken." Harry touched the concealment amulet beneath his shirt. "Goblin work," Snape identified immediately. "Effective but not infallible. You would be wise to continue occlumency training." The suggestion surprised Harry. "I thought our lessons were finished after last year's disaster." "That was before you demonstrated actual magical competence," Snape replied acidly. "The headmaster has also suggested I reconsider my approach to your training." Harry suspected Dumbledore's suggestion had been more forceful than Snape implied. Perhaps part of the board's censure had included directions about Harry's education. "I'll consider it," Harry said neutrally. "Was there anything else, Professor?" Snape hesitated, then asked something unexpected. "The containment, it's goblin work as well." Harry tensed. "What containment?" "Don't play ignorant, Potter. The magical signature around your scar has changed. Any competent wizard sensitive to dark magic would notice the difference." "Then you'll understand why I'm not discussing it with anyone," Harry replied carefully. Snape seemed to accept this boundary, nodding curtly. "Thursday evenings, 8 o'clock. We will resume occlumency with a more structured approach. Do not be late." The first week of classes established a new pattern. Harry excelled in practical magic while still struggling with theoretical essays. Hermione helped with the latter while marveling at his newfound practical abilities. "It's like watching you become who you were always meant to be," she commented one evening as Harry successfully conjured a flock of canaries on his third attempt, a spell that had taken her weeks to master the previous year. "It feels natural," Harry agreed. "Like I've been trying to cast with one arm tied behind my back all this time." They were sitting in the governor's quarters, which had become their de facto study space. The privacy allowed Harry to practice more advanced magic without curious onlookers, and the comfortable surroundings were certainly preferable to the crowded common room. Ron entered, dropping his Quidditch gear by the door. "Malfoy's at it again," he reported. "Disappeared from the prefect meeting early, and he's not on the map in the Slytherin dungeons." Since noticing Malfoy's suspicious behavior on the first morning, they had been taking turns monitoring his movements with the Marauder's map. The pattern was consistent. Malfoy frequently disappeared into the room of requirement for hours, often missing meals and sometimes even classes. "Something's definitely going on," Harry agreed, summoning the map with a casual accio that still surprised him with its effectiveness. "I'm going to follow him under the invisibility cloak tomorrow." "We should prioritize the Horcrux research," Hermione reminded him. "Bill's bringing those memories from Dumbledore tomorrow." "We can do both," Harry insisted. "If Malfoy's involved with Voldemort somehow, it could be connected." The meeting with Bill the next day confirmed Dumbledore's claims about multiple Horcruxes. The pensive memories showed a young Tom Riddle obsessed with objects belonging to the Founders, along with evidence that he had created at least 5 Horcruxes before his fall. Dumbledore believes he's already destroyed 2, Bill explained. A ring belonging to the Gaunt family, Riddle's maternal ancestors, and a diary that possessed Ginny during her first year. The diary was a Horcrux. Harry exclaimed. That explains why it could think for itself. Exactly. Dumbledore suspects the others include Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, something belonging to Ravenclaw, and his snake, Nagini. And me, Harry added grimly. The accidental one. Which the goblins are working on, Bill reminded him. They're making progress on an extraction ritual, but it's complex magic. It might take months to perfect. Meanwhile, these other Horcruxes need to be found and destroyed, Hermione summarized. How does one destroy a Horcrux? Very few substances can damage a soul container, Bill explained. Basilisk venom is one of the few confirmed methods, which is how you destroyed the diary with the Sword of Gryffindor. It was impregnated with the venom from the chamber basilisk. The sword. Harry sat up straighter. It's here at Hogwarts, in Dumbledore's office. We've got a way to destroy them once they're found. Finding them is the challenge, Bill cautioned. Dumbledore believes they're hidden in places significant to Riddle, locations where he felt powerful or that represented important moments in his development. Like Hogwarts itself, Harry realized. He considered this his first true home, just like I did. Precisely why Dumbledore suspects one might be hidden here, Bill confirmed. Though he's been searching for years without success. Harry thought of Malfoy's suspicious behavior with the Room of Requirement. Could it possibly be connected? The Room of Requirement, he said suddenly. It can become anything the user needs. What if Voldemort hid something there during his school days or later when he came to apply for the defense position? Bill looked intrigued. It's possible. The room doesn't appear on any maps or plans of Hogwarts, it's magically unplottable. And Malfoy keeps going there, Ron added. What if he knows something? Or he's using it for something else entirely, Hermione cautioned. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. They agreed to investigate the room while continuing to monitor Malfoy. Meanwhile, Bill would coordinate with Gringotts on both the Horcrux extraction research and possible locations of the remaining soul fragments. The opportunity to follow Malfoy came sooner than expected. That evening, Harry spotted him on the map heading toward the 7th floor alone. Grabbing his invisibility cloak, Harry hurried to intercept him. He arrived just in time to see Malfoy pacing before the blank wall, his face set in intense concentration. When the door materialized, Harry slipped in behind him before it could close. The room had transformed into something Harry had never seen before, an immense cathedral-like space filled with towers of discarded objects. Furniture, books, weapons, and countless other items created a labyrinth of hidden things. Malfoy moved purposefully through the chaos, obviously familiar with the path. Harry followed silently, careful not to disturb any of the precariously balanced piles. Finally, Malfoy stopped before a large cabinet draped with a faded cloth. He removed the covering to reveal an ornate black cabinet with silver inlay. For nearly an hour, Harry watched as Malfoy cast various spells on the cabinet, consulting a worn notebook between attempts. Harmonia Nectara Passus, Malfoy muttered repeatedly, growing increasingly frustrated when the cabinet failed to respond as expected. Eventually, Malfoy slammed the notebook shut in disgust. Useless instructions, he muttered. How am I supposed to fix this thing without proper guidance? He covered the cabinet again and left, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Harry remained behind, examining the mysterious object once Malfoy was gone. The cabinet looked vaguely familiar. Harry circled it carefully, trying to place where he'd seen something similar. Then it clicked, Borgin and Burke's. An identical cabinet stood in the notorious Nocturne Alley shop. Vanishing cabinet, he whispered to himself. A matched pair. The implications were disturbing. If Malfoy managed to repair the connection between the cabinets, he could create a pathway directly into Hogwarts that bypassed all the school's protective wards. While concerning, this didn't seem connected to Horcruxes. Harry was about to leave when something else caught his attention, a peculiar buzzing sensation similar to what he felt from his scar before the containment ritual. Following the sensation, he moved deeper into the room's labyrinth until he reached a table piled with tarnished jewelry. Atop a dusty velvet cushion sat a tarnished tiara, emanating the unsettling buzz of dark magic. No way, Harry breathed. It couldn't be this easy. He examined the tiara without touching it. An inscription was just visible beneath the tarnish: "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Ravenclaw's diadem, he realized. The lost diadem, missing for centuries according to Hogwarts, a history. Harry carefully marked the location, memorizing the path back to the entrance. He needed to bring Bill here to confirm whether this was indeed a Horcrux before attempting anything further. "You found what?" Hermione exclaimed when Harry reported his discovery back in the governor's quarters. "Ravenclaw's diadem," Harry repeated. "And I'm almost certain it's a Horcrux. It has the same feel as the diary did, like it's subtly alive." "And Malfoy's fixing a vanishing cabinet," Ron added grimly. "Probably to let Death Eaters into the school. Two separate disasters waiting to happen." "We need to tell Bill immediately about the diadem," Hermione decided. "And McGonagall about the cabinet." "Not McGonagall yet," Harry cautioned. "If we expose Malfoy too soon, we might miss whoever he's working with. Let's focus on the Horcrux first, that's the more immediate threat." Bill arrived the next morning, bringing a specialized detection kit from Gringotts. Harry led him to the room of requirement, requesting the same configuration of hidden things. "Amazing," Bill murmured as they navigated through the towering piles. "Centuries of hidden objects. The magical residue in here is incredible." When they reached the diadem, Bill cast several detection spells before confirming Harry's suspicion. "Definitely a Horcrux. The magical signature matches what the goblins recorded from examining your scar. So we can destroy it with the Sword of Gryffindor," Harry concluded. "Yes, but we should take precautions," Bill warned. "Horcruxes can defend themselves. The ring nearly killed Dumbledore with a withering curse when he destroyed it." They returned to the governor's quarters to plan the destruction. Hermione suggested they request the sword from McGonagall rather than Dumbledore, using Harry's board authority as justification. "We need to explain what we're doing, though," she pointed out. "McGonagall won't just hand over the sword without knowing why." "We tell her the truth," Harry decided. "About the Horcruxes, about the diadem. She's proven we can trust her, and as deputy headmistress, she should know if part of Voldemort's soul has been hidden in the school all this time." McGonagall's reaction to their revelation was one of controlled horror. "A Horcrux? In Hogwarts? All these years?" She paled visibly. "And you believe you know who created multiple such abominations?" "At least 6, Professor," Harry confirmed. "Dumbledore has already destroyed one, and I destroyed another in the Chamber of Secrets without realizing what it was. And now you found a third here." She shook her head in disbelief. "The Ravenclaw diadem, no less, an artifact thought lost for centuries. We need the Sword of Gryffindor to destroy it," Bill explained. "As board liaison, Harry has the authority to request it for matters concerning school safety." "Of course," McGonagall agreed immediately. "I'll retrieve it now. The headmaster is away at the ministry until this evening." Her willingness to act without consulting Dumbledore confirmed Harry's judgment about trusting her. Within the hour, they had assembled in the room of requirement before the diadem, the ruby-encrusted sword of Gryffindor gleaming in Harry's hands. "Everyone stay back," Bill instructed. "I've cast containment spells, but Horcruxes can be unpredictable when threatened." Harry approached the diadem, sword raised. As he drew closer, the buzzing sensation intensified, and the tarnished tiara seemed to vibrate slightly. "Be careful, Harry," Hermione called anxiously. With a deep breath, Harry brought the sword down hard on the center of the diadem. The blade struck with a resounding clang, and black smoke erupted from the broken artifact, forming a screaming face that dissipated almost instantly. "That's done it," Bill confirmed after casting several detection spells. "The soul fragment is destroyed." McGonagall stared at the broken diadem with a mixture of sadness and relief. A priceless historical artifact, but better destroyed than serving as a vessel for such evil. 3 down, 4 to go, Harry noted grimly. "Including the one in me." "The goblins have made progress on the extraction ritual," Bill informed them. "They believe they can adapt an ancient cleansing ceremony to separate the fragment without harming you. The projected risk has dropped to about 30%. "Still too high," Hermione said immediately. "But improving," Harry pointed out. "And we've confirmed Dumbledore was telling the truth about the Horcruxes. That lends credibility to his other research." McGonagall had been examining the sword thoughtfully. "This blade has proven quite useful against dark magic. Perhaps it should remain in your possession for now, Potter, rather than returning to the headmaster's office." "Is that allowed?" Harry asked, surprised by the suggestion. "As a founder's artifact, it technically belongs to the school itself, not any individual," McGonagall explained. "And as board liaison for magical safety, you have legitimate reason to retain it. I'll record the official transfer of custody." This unexpected support heartened Harry. Having the sword readily available would make destroying any additional Horcruxes they discovered much simpler. "Now," McGonagall continued briskly, "perhaps you should tell me about this vanishing cabinet Mr. Malfoy is attempting to repair." With McGonagall's help, they established discreet monitoring of the vanishing cabinet without alerting Malfoy. Rather than stopping him immediately, they decided to gather evidence about his plan and potential accomplices. "If you know who has tasked Draco with something this serious, intervening too soon might put him in greater danger," McGonagall reasoned. "Better to understand the full scope of the plot first." Meanwhile, Bill coordinated with Gringotts on locating the remaining Horcruxes. Dumbledore's research suggested Bellatrix Lestrange had been entrusted with Hufflepuff's cup, potentially stored in her Gringotts vault. The goblins couldn't legally search a client's vault without evidence of dark artifacts, but they could implement enhanced detection spells during routine maintenance. Slytherin's locket proved more challenging to trace. Dumbledore believed it had originally been hidden in a seaside cave but might have been removed years ago by someone known only by the initials, RAB. "We need to go through the Black family records," Hermione suggested one evening as they reviewed their progress in the governor's quarters. Since the locket belonged to Slytherin, it might have passed through old pureblood families. Black family records. Harry mused. Sirius's brother was named Regulus. Could he be RAB? Regulus Arcturus Black, Ron realized. That fits the initials. This breakthrough led them to Grimmauld Place during the first Hogsmeade weekend of term. With Creature's reluctant help, they discovered the true story of how Regulus had turned against Voldemort and stolen the Horcrux, dying in the process. The locket had remained in the house until Mundungus Fletcher stole it during his looting after Sirius's death. Creature knows the thief sold it, the old house elf croaked miserably. To a ministry woman with a face like a toad. Umbridge, Harry, Ron and Hermione said in unison, exchanging horrified looks. She was wearing a heavy locket last time I saw her at the ministry, Bill confirmed when they reported this discovery. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Retrieving the locket from Umbridge would require careful planning. As they formulated potential approaches, Harry continued his occlumency training with Snape, now proceeding much more successfully with his fully accessible magic. Your mental defenses have improved significantly, Snape acknowledged during their 4th session. Though your tendency to rely on brute magical strength rather than subtlety remains problematic. I'm still learning to calibrate, Harry explained. After years of struggling with insufficient magic, adjusting to his full power felt like learning to walk again sometimes. Nevertheless, you can now repel basic mental intrusions, Snape continued. We will proceed to more advanced techniques next session. As October progressed, Harry noticed Malfoy looking increasingly haggard. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and he'd lost weight noticeably. Whatever pressure he was under appeared to be taking a severe toll. "I almost feel sorry for him," Hermione commented as they observed Malfoy picking at his dinner one evening. "He looks terrible." "He's still trying to let Death Eaters into the school," Ron reminded her. "Forgive me if my sympathy is limited. I wonder if we could turn him," Harry mused. "Offer protection in exchange for information about Voldemort's plans." The idea took root, and after discussing it with McGonagall, they decided to approach Malfoy carefully. The opportunity came when their monitoring spells detected him alone in the room of requirement, once again working on the cabinet. Harry entered quietly, this time without the invisibility cloak. "It won't work, you know," he said conversationally. Malfoy spun around, wand raised. "Potter. How did you—" "I've known about the cabinet for weeks," Harry interrupted calmly. "We've been monitoring your progress. Or lack thereof." "We?" Malfoy's eyes darted around nervously. "McGonagall, the Order, me." Harry took a step closer. "We know Voldemort gave you a task. We know you're trying to create a way for Death Eaters to enter Hogwarts." Malfoy's face drained of what little color it had left. "You don't understand. He'll kill my mother if I fail." "I understand better than you think," Harry replied. "Voldemort leverages the people we care about. It's what he does. But there are alternatives to completing his mission or dying trying." "Like what?" Malfoy demanded bitterly. "Running? Hiding? He'll find us anywhere. Protection. For you and your mother. The Order can help, they've hidden people from Voldemort before." Malfoy laughed hollowly. "Why would they help me? I'm a Malfoy. My father's a Death Eater." "You're also 16 and being forced to commit crimes under duress," Harry pointed out. "McGonagall is willing to discuss options if you're willing to provide information in return." For a moment, hope flickered across Malfoy's face before quickly extinguishing. "It won't work. You have no idea what he's capable of." "Actually, I do," Harry said quietly, lifting his fringe to reveal his scar. "Better than most. That's why I'm offering you a way out instead of just stopping you." Their conversation was interrupted by the room's door opening. Snape entered, his black eyes taking in the scene instantly. "Potter. I might have known," he said silkily. "Interfering in matters beyond your understanding, as usual." "Actually, Professor, I understand perfectly," Harry replied evenly. "Malfoy's been tasked with fixing this vanishing cabinet to let Death Eaters into Hogwarts. I'm offering him an alternative." Snape's gaze shifted to Malfoy. "Is this true, Draco?" Malfoy seemed to collapse in on himself. "He said he'll kill Mother if I don't succeed," he whispered. "But I can't do it. The cabinet. I can't make it work properly. And the other part of the plan." "Other part?" Harry questioned sharply. "He was also instructed to kill the headmaster," Snape supplied coldly. "A task at which he has already made several failed attempts, including a cursed necklace and poisoned mead that nearly killed others instead." Harry stared at Malfoy in shock. "You've been trying to kill Dumbledore." "I don't have a choice." Malfoy cried, his composure finally breaking. "You don't know what it's like, living with him in your house, seeing what he does to people who fail him." The raw fear in Malfoy's voice was undeniable. Whatever his faults, he was genuinely terrified. "Professor McGonagall offered protection," Harry reminded him. "For you and your mother." Snape's expression remained inscrutable. "The deputy headmistress is aware of this situation?" "Yes. We've been monitoring the cabinet for weeks." "And yet you haven't destroyed it or expelled Draco," Snape observed. "Interesting. Destroying it without understanding the full plan seemed short-sighted," Harry explained. "And Malfoy's clearly being coerced." Snape studied Harry with an unreadable expression. Your approach is unexpectedly measured, Potter. He turned to Malfoy. Draco, the offer of protection is legitimate. I have connections that could ensure your mother's safety as well. Malfoy looked between them, desperate hope warring with ingrained distrust. How do I know this isn't a trick? That you won't just use me for information and then throw me to the Dark Lord? Because that's not how the right side works, Harry said simply. We protect people. Even people we don't particularly like. The frankness of this statement seemed to reach Malfoy in a way platitudes might not have. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. I'll talk to McGonagall. But the protection for my mother has to be arranged first, before I tell you everything. A reasonable condition, Snape agreed. I will speak with the necessary parties immediately. The following days brought rapid developments. With Snape's unexpected assistance, arrangements were made to secretly relocate Narcissa Malfoy to a safe house under Fidelius' charm. Once his mother was secure, Draco provided detailed information about Voldemort's plans, including the Death Eaters who would have used the Vanishing Cabinet and their intended timing. He wanted it done before Christmas, Draco explained during a meeting in McGonagall's office. A demonstration of his power, attacking Hogwarts while Dumbledore was still in residence. And killing the headmaster was your personal assignment? McGonagall clarified, her expression grave. Draco nodded miserably. A punishment for my father's failure at the ministry last year. He never expected me to succeed. It was just another way to torture my family. With this information, the Order of the Phoenix began preparing countermeasures, including enhanced wards specifically targeting the identified Death Eaters. The Vanishing Cabinet remained under surveillance but unrepaired, creating the illusion that Draco's mission was still progressing while actually serving as bait for a potential trap. Meanwhile, the Horcrux hunt continued. Confirming the locket was in Umbridge's possession required careful reconnaissance at the Ministry. Bill managed to verify its location through a contact in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who reported Umbridge wore it daily as a symbol of her pure-blood heritage. We need a plan to retrieve it without alerting her or the Ministry, Bill explained during their next strategy session. Breaking into her office would be near impossible with current security measures. What about a switching spell? Hermione suggested. Replace it with a duplicate when she's not paying attention. Too risky, Harry disagreed. We need a distraction big enough to ensure success but contained enough not to cause widespread problems. Their planning was interrupted by an urgent message from Gringotts. The enhanced detection spells had registered dark magic in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault during routine maintenance, magic consistent with a Horcrux. That confirms Hufflepuff's cup is there, Harry said excitedly. Now we just need to figure out how to retrieve it legally. Legally may not be possible, Bill admitted. Gringotts' policy on client vaults is absolute. Only the account holder or someone with their explicit magical authorization can access the contents. Could we use Malfoy somehow? Ron wondered. He's Bellatrix's nephew. Blood relation isn't sufficient for Gringotts' access, Bill explained. It would require Bellatrix's direct magical signature. They hit an impasse until Hermione made a startling connection. The Black family magic. Harry, you inherited the Black estate from Sirius, including all magical entitlements. Bellatrix was born a Black before marrying into the Lestrange family. What are you suggesting? Harry asked, intrigued. Family magic often supersedes subsequent magical contracts, Hermione explained excitedly. As head of the Black family, you might be able to invoke an ancient right of family oversight that predates Gringotts' current policies. Bill looked thoughtful. There is precedent. The oldest pureblood families maintained certain magical rights when the first Goblin treaties were established. It's rarely invoked today, but the magic still exists in the Gringotts Charter. So I could potentially access Bellatrix's vault by claiming, what, exactly? Harry asked. By claiming that as head of her birth family, you have cause to investigate dark artifacts that might bring dishonor to the Black name, Hermione elaborated. It's archaic and patriarchal, but those are exactly the traditions these old families valued. This approach required extensive preparation. Harry needed to formally claim the Black family headship, a separate magical ritual from his Potter lordship. He also needed to study the specific phrasing and magical protocol for invoking the ancient rite. The goblins will resist, Bill warned. But if the magic acknowledges your claim, they'll be bound by their own treaties to permit limited access for the specific purpose stated. The Black family headship ritual took place at Gringotts during the October full moon, coinciding with Harry's monthly containment renewal. The dual magical procedures created an unexpected synergy. The Black family magic responded powerfully to Harry's unleashed magical signature during the brief window when the containment was being renewed. The family magic recognizes you more strongly than anticipated, Sharpclaw observed with surprise as a black signet ring materialized on Harry's left hand, opposite his Potter lordship ring. Perhaps because of your connection to both the Potter and Black lineages through your grandmother Doria Black. Or perhaps, Soulrender suggested cryptically, because the Black family magic recognizes a worthy successor after the corruption of recent generations. Whatever the reason, Harry's claim to the Black headship was magically irrefutable. Armed with this authority, he formally requested inspection of Bellatrix Lestrange's Vault 4, artifacts that dishonor the ancient and noble House of Black through forbidden magic. The goblins' resistance was formidable but ultimately futile against the ancient family magic Harry now commanded. A compromise was reached. Harry could enter the vault accompanied by both Gringotts security and Cursebreakers, touch nothing except any identified dark artifacts matching his specific claim, and remove only those items that the Black family magic itself acknowledged as dishonoring the family. A clever solution, Ragnarok acknowledged grudgingly. One that respects both goblin sovereignty and ancient wizard traditions. The expedition to Bellatrix's vault was scheduled for the first weekend of November. In the meantime, they still needed to retrieve Slytherin's locket from Umbridge. The opportunity presented itself unexpectedly when the Ministry announced that Umbridge would visit Hogwarts as part of a standard educational decree follow-up inspection. Though no longer High Inquisitor, she retained her position as Senior Undersecretary and would spend 2 days evaluating the school's compliance with Ministry standards. Perfect timing, Harry declared when they learned of the visit. We can implement our plan while she's here rather than trying to infiltrate the Ministry. After considering various approaches, they settled on a daring but straightforward plan. Rather than elaborate schemes to steal the locket, Harry would formally challenge Umbridge's right to possess it, claiming it as a Black family artifact that had been stolen from Grimmauld Place. The public confrontation serves multiple purposes, Hermione explained as they finalized details. It establishes legal claim to the locket, creates witnesses to its recovery, and prevents Umbridge from simply denying she has it. And if she refuses? Ron questioned. Then I invoke family magic as head of House Black, Harry replied grimly. Creature has confirmed the locket originally belonged to Regulus, making it legitimately mine to reclaim through magical means if necessary. Umbridge arrived with her typical saccharine smile and clipboard, seemingly confident in her authority despite her diminished status following Fudge's removal as minister. Her inspection began with potions, where Slughorn's effusive greeting clearly irritated her. Harry waited until lunch in the Great Hall, where students and staff would witness the confrontation. When Umbridge entered and took her place at the high table, he approached with deliberate formality, McGonagall and Bill flanking him as official witnesses. Senior Undersecretary Umbridge, Harry greeted loudly enough for nearby tables to hear. I need to address a matter of stolen property. Umbridge's false smile faltered slightly. Mr. Potter, this is hardly the time or place for whatever complaint you wish to register. Actually, it's Lord Potterblack now, Harry corrected, holding up both his rings. And this is precisely the right time and place for a formal claim of theft against a ministry official. The hall had gone silent, all eyes on this unexpected confrontation. What ridiculous accusation is this? Umbridge demanded, her voice rising to its girlish pitch that signaled danger. You are currently wearing a locket that was stolen from the Black family residence at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry stated clearly. As head of House Black, I formally request its immediate return. Umbridge's hand instinctively went to the heavy gold locket visible against her pink cardigan. This is a family heirloom. Indeed it is, my family's, Harry countered. Stolen by Mundungus Fletcher after Sirius Black's death and sold illegally to you. I have witnesses and magical verification of its provenance. McGonagall stepped forward. As deputy headmistress, I am witnessing this formal claim. The locket in question has been identified by the Black family house elf as belonging to Regulus Black, legally inherited by Sirius Black, and subsequently bequeathed to Harry Potter along with all Black family possessions. Umbridge looked trapped, her eyes darting around for support but finding none. Even the Slytherin table watched with evident interest rather than their usual hostility toward Harry. This is preposterous, she blustered. I purchased this locket legitimately, from a known thief, Bill interjected. Mundungus Fletcher has already provided testimony confirming he removed it from Grimmauld Place without authorization and sold it to you. Faced with such public accusation and evidence, Umbridge had limited options. Her face contorted with rage briefly before settling into a tight smile. If there's been some misunderstanding about the provenance of this item, I'm certainly willing to investigate. Perhaps after completing my inspection, now, Harry insisted. As head of House Black, I invoke the right of immediate reclamation for stolen family artifacts. He raised his left hand, the black signet ring glowing with dark energy. This was the critical moment. If the family magic recognized the locket as truly belonging to the Blacks, it would respond visibly. The locket around Umbridge's neck suddenly vibrated, then began to glow with the same dark energy as Harry's ring. A collective gasp went through the hall as magical energies became visible even to students with no special sensitivity. That settles it, McGonagall declared firmly. The Black family magic has confirmed Lord Potterblack's claim. Cornered, Umbridge had no choice. With trembling fingers and undisguised hatred, she removed the locket and practically threw it at Harry. Take it. It's an ugly trinket anyway. Harry caught it deftly, careful not to touch the metal directly. Even through his gloves, he could feel the malevolent energy of the Horcrux within. Thank you for your cooperation, Madam Under-Secretary, he said with false politeness. I trust the remainder of your inspection will proceed without further complications. The locket secure, Harry retreated with McGonagall and Bill to the governor's quarters, where containment materials had been prepared. They placed the Horcrux in a lead-lined box specially created by the goblins until they could destroy it properly away from prying eyes. Well executed, McGonagall approved. Though I expect Umbridge will seek retribution through ministry channels. Let her try, Harry replied confidently. The magical claim was irrefutable, and we had dozens of witnesses. Even the ministry can't override family magic that ancient. With the locket recovered and the cup's location confirmed, they were making remarkable progress on the Horcrux hunt. Only Nagini remained unaccounted for among the known Horcruxes, aside from the fragment in Harry himself. The extraction ritual for Harry's Horcrux was scheduled for the winter solstice, December 21st, when magical energies would naturally align to support such complex soul magic. The goblins had continued refining the procedure, reducing the estimated risk to 25%, still dangerous but significantly better than the original 50% chance of death. The ritual will be conducted at Gringotts, Bill explained during their planning session. But requires preparation beginning with the December full moon. Hermione will need to modify the containment renewal to incorporate elements that prepare your magic for the eventual extraction. And if it works? Harry asked. What happens to the fragment? It will be captured in a specially prepared crystal, then destroyed immediately with basilisk venom, Bill explained. The goblins are taking no chances with containment failure. As November progressed, Harry divided his time between normal classes, board responsibilities, monitoring Malfoy's situation, and preparing for both the vault expedition and his eventual Horcrux removal. His improved magical abilities made this juggling act possible. Spells that once exhausted him now came easily, allowing him to maintain multiple complex enchantments simultaneously. The visit to Bellatrix's vault proved successful beyond their expectations. The Black family magic not only identified Hufflepuff's cup as a dishonoring artifact but actively helped locate it among the piles of treasures. The family magic seems personally offended by the Horcrux, Bill observed as they carefully levitated the cup into a containment box. It's almost as if it recognizes the corruption of one of its descendants in creating such an abomination. With both the locket and cup secured, they planned a joint destruction ceremony using the Sword of Gryffindor. McGonagall suggested the Chamber of Secrets as the ideal location, isolated, magically contained, and already linked to basilisk venom. Poetic justice, Harry agreed. Destroying Slytherin's locket in Slytherin's chamber. The destruction itself proved more challenging than anticipated. When Harry attempted to stab the locket, it flew open of its own accord and projected spectral images of Ron and Hermione rejecting him, declaring him worthless without his connection to Voldemort. "Don't listen." Ron shouted over the locket's terrible whispers. "It's lying." With effort, Harry overcame the psychological attack and brought the sword down. The locket emitted an unearthly scream as the Horcrux was destroyed. The cup proved similarly resistant, transforming into a miniature replica of Harry himself, pleading not to be destroyed because they were the same. "We're not," Harry declared firmly, bringing the sword down on the cup. "I was never a willing part of him." "For Horcrux is destroyed." Nagini remained out of reach, and Harry's own Horcrux awaited the solstice ritual. For the first time, victory against Voldemort seemed genuinely possible. The remaining weeks of term passed in a blur of preparation. Harry continued his occlumency training with Snape, now achieving sufficient mastery to consistently repel the professor's mental attacks. Malfoy, under the joint protection of McGonagall and Snape, provided valuable intelligence about Death Eater plans. The Vanishing Cabinet remained deliberately unfinished, creating the illusion that Draco's mission was proceeding while actually serving as bait for a potential ambush. As the winter holiday approached, Harry received an unexpected summons to Dumbledore's office. He hadn't spoken privately with the headmaster since the ward verification at the beginning of term. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted as he entered. "Thank you for coming. Please, sit." Harry took the offered chair cautiously. "You wanted to see me, headmaster." "Indeed. Several matters require discussion before the holidays." Dumbledore's blue eyes studied him intently. "First, I must commend your remarkable progress in identifying and destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes. For eliminated in just a few months is an achievement I did not think possible." "We had advantages you didn't," Harry replied neutrally. "The goblins' help, the Black family magic, Malfoy's intelligence." "Yes, your handling of young Mr. Malfoy's situation was particularly impressive," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Finding a path that offered protection rather than punishment showed wisdom beyond your years." Harry accepted the compliment with a nod, waiting for the real purpose of this meeting. "I understand the goblins have scheduled your Horcrux extraction ritual for the winter solstice," Dumbledore continued. "A auspicious choice, magically speaking. I would like to offer my assistance, if you're willing." This was unexpected. "What kind of assistance?" "The ritual they've designed incorporates elements of ancient soul magic that I've studied extensively," Dumbledore explained. "While the goblins are undoubtedly skilled, combining their approach with certain protective enchantments I could provide might further reduce the risks." Harry considered this carefully. Despite everything, Dumbledore remained one of the most knowledgeable wizards alive regarding soul magic. "I'll discuss it with the ritual team," he said finally. "If they believe your input would be beneficial, I won't object." "Thank you, Harry. That is all I ask." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "There is one more matter. Voldemort has begun to realize his Horcruxes are being destroyed. The connection between you, though contained, still exists. He will move to protect Nagini and may seek to create additional soul anchors." "How do you know this?" Harry asked sharply. "Professor Snape has reported increased agitation and paranoia during recent Death Eater gatherings," Dumbledore replied. Voldemort has recalled Nagini to his side constantly and spoken of securing his legacy through additional magical measures. So he might create more Horcruxes, Harry concluded grimly. Making our job even harder. Perhaps, though creating a Horcrux requires specific preparation and a ritual murder, Dumbledore explained. It is not something he can accomplish hastily, particularly in his current state of distrust. Then we need to move quickly, Harry decided. Complete the extraction ritual and then focus on finding a way to reach Nagini. My thoughts exactly, Dumbledore agreed. Which brings me to a suggestion. After your ritual, regardless of outcome, I believe we should allow Voldemort to believe his plan with the Vanishing Cabinet has succeeded. Harry frowned. You want to let Death Eaters into Hogwarts? I want to create a controlled situation where Voldemort believes his plans are proceeding, Dumbledore clarified. With Mr. Malfoy's cooperation, we could complete the cabinet repairs under careful monitoring, then stage an attack that appears successful to any watching Death Eaters but is actually a carefully orchestrated trap. With what purpose? Harry asked, though he was beginning to see the strategy. To draw Voldemort himself, Dumbledore stated simply. If he believes his Death Eaters have successfully infiltrated Hogwarts and that I am vulnerable, he may come personally, bringing Nagini with him as he always does in moments of anticipated triumph. The plan was audacious but logical. Create a scenario where Voldemort believed victory was within reach, lure him into a trap, and destroy the final Horcrux before confronting him directly. I'll consider it, Harry said finally. But only after the extraction ritual. One Horcrux at a time. A wise approach, Dumbledore nodded. And Harry, whatever our past differences, please know that I wish you every success with the ritual. Your survival and well-being matter greatly, not just for our cause but for their own sake. The sincerity in the old wizard's voice was unmistakable. Despite everything, Harry found himself nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, Headmaster. The winter solstice arrived with unexpected snowfall, blanketing Hogwarts and Diagon Alley in pristine white. Harry arrived at Gringotts before dawn, accompanied by Ron, Hermione, Neville, McGonagall, and, somewhat surprisingly, Dumbledore, whose expertise had indeed been welcomed by the Goblin ritual masters after careful consideration. The Soul Chamber had been elaborately prepared for the extraction. The floor's lunar mosaic now glowed with actual moonlight, captured and preserved from the previous night's full moon. 7 pedestals surrounded the central stone table, each bearing a different ritual component: unicorn blood freely given, phoenix tears, donated by Fawkes, basilisk venom, from the chamber, a fragment of the destroyed diadem, powdered silver, crystallized mandrake root, and a small obsidian bowl containing what appeared to be liquid darkness. Shadow essence, Soul Render explained when Harry inquired about the final component. The absence of light-given form. It will create a pathway for the soul fragment to follow away from your own essence. Harry changed into white ritual robes and lay on the central stone table as before. This time, however, numerous runic patterns had been carved into the stone itself, glowing with silver light when he made contact. The procedure has 3 phases, Deepforge explained as the others took positions around the chamber's perimeter. First, identification and isolation of the foreign soul fragment. Second, extraction via the shadow pathway. Third, containment and immediate destruction of the fragment. Each phase carries its own risks. What do I need to do? Harry asked, trying to keep his voice steady despite his understandable fear. Your task is paradoxical, Mindcutter replied. You must both resist and release simultaneously. Your magic must fight to maintain your own soul's integrity while allowing the foreign fragment to depart. Like opening a specific door in a storm without letting the entire house be damaged. Focus on what is truly you, Hermione added from where she stood near his head. Your core self, your deepest identity. We've practiced this. Indeed, they had spent weeks on meditation exercises designed to help Harry distinguish between his own essence and the foreign presence. The monthly containment rituals had progressively incorporated elements to prepare for this moment, strengthening the boundaries between Harry's soul and Voldemort's fragment. We begin at the moment of perfect balance, Soul Render announced as a beam of winter sunlight aligned with a crystal suspended from the ceiling, creating a rainbow that stretched across the chamber. The solstice is upon us. The goblins began their rhythmic chanting, more complex and layered than during the containment rituals. Dumbledore added his own voice, a deep, resonant counterpoint that seemed to stabilize the goblin magic rather than interfere with it. Harry felt the familiar warming around his scar, but this time it quickly intensified to a burning sensation. He gripped the edges of the stone table, fighting the urge to touch his forehead as the pain increased. Phase 1 commences, Soul Render intoned. Identification and isolation. The components on the first 3 pedestals, Unicorn Blood, Phoenix Tears, and Basilisk Venom, began to glow and levitate, mixing in the air above Harry to create a swirling silver gold-green essence that descended toward his scar. When it made contact, Harry gasped. The pain suddenly transformed into something else, a strange pulling sensation, as if something deep inside him was being tugged toward the surface. His scar felt like it was opening, not physically but magically, creating a channel upward. The fragment resists, Mind Cutter observed. It senses our intention. Harry felt it, the foreign presence in his mind suddenly active, angry, fighting the separation with violent determination. Images flashed through his consciousness, the graveyard, the Department of Mysteries, the Chamber of Secrets. Memories being weaponized to distract and confuse him. Focus, Harry, Hermione called. Remember who you are. Not these memories, not his hatred. You. Harry concentrated on his own core memories, his parents' faces in the mirror of Eriste, flying for the first time, laughing with Ron and Hermione by the lake, the feeling of casting his Patronus, the warmth of Hermione's hand in his. Phase 2, Soul Render announced. Extraction begins. The next 3 components activated, the diadem fragment, powdered silver, and crystallized mandrake. These formed a second mixture, darker and more volatile, which hovered over Harry's scar without touching it. Shadow pathway opens, Deep Forge intoned, and the final component, the shadow essence, rose from its obsidian bowl, forming a twisting column that connected Harry's scar to the waiting mixture above. The pain intensified dramatically. Harry felt as if something was being torn from him, not just from his forehead but from his very being. He gritted his teeth, focusing on maintaining his sense of self while simultaneously releasing his grip on the foreign presence. It comes, Mind Cutter observed. The fragment rises. Through half-closed eyes, Harry could see a dark, oily substance beginning to travel up the shadow pathway from his scar. It moved sluggishly, as if reluctant to leave its host of 16 years. Maintain focus, Dumbledore's voice cut through the pain. You are separating, not breaking. Release without surrender. The paradoxical instruction somehow made perfect sense to Harry's magic. He visualized a door opening in a storm, allowing the darkness out while protecting what lay within. The oily substance moved more quickly up the pathway. Then, suddenly, resistance. The fragment seemed to realize it was being trapped and fought with unexpected strength. Pain exploded behind Harry's eyes as the Horcrux lashed out. It seeks to return. Soul Render warned. Final phase now. The waiting mixture above descended, meeting the rising darkness halfway. A terrible shriek filled the chamber, not audible but felt, vibrating through everyone present like a psychic assault. Containment. Deep Forge commanded. Dumbledore and the goblins cast simultaneously, their magic forming a crystalline structure around the struggling darkness. The shrieking intensified, and Harry felt his scars split open, blood running down his face as the last tendrils of the fragment were forcibly extracted. Destroy it. Mind Cutter ordered. Hermione rushed forward, the sword of Gryffindor gripped in both hands. With a single powerful stroke, she brought the blade down on the hovering crystal containing the trapped fragment. An explosion of darkness, another psychic shriek, and then, silence. Harry lay panting on the stone table, blood trickling from his scar, but feeling lighter than he could ever remember. The constant background pressure he'd lived with for so long, a presence he'd grown so accustomed to he'd stopped consciously noticing it, was gone completely. "It is done," Soul Render announced, his voice betraying rare emotion. "The soul fragment is destroyed. Lord Potter is free." Hermione was instantly at Harry's side, cleaning the blood from his face with gentle hands. "Harry? How do you feel?" "Different," he managed, his voice hoarse. "Empty but, in a good way. Like something heavy is gone." Dumbledore approached, looking older and wearier than Harry had ever seen him. "The extraction appears complete. A remarkable achievement of goblin and human magic working in harmony. The ritual team conducted thorough magical diagnostics, confirming that no trace of the Horcrux remained. Harry's scar, while still visible, had changed in appearance, no longer an angry red lightning bolt but a more subtle, silvery mark. "The physical scar remains as a record of what occurred," Deepforge explained. "But it is now merely a scar, not a magical connection." Recovery from the ritual took several hours, during which Harry drifted in and out of consciousness. When he finally awoke properly, he found himself in a comfortable chamber within Gringotts, Hermione asleep in a chair beside his bed, her hand still holding his. The sensation of truly being alone in his own mind was indescribable. His thoughts felt clearer, his emotions more distinctly his own. Even his magic responded differently, more naturally integrated with his will, requiring less conscious direction. "Hey," he said softly as Hermione stirred. Her eyes opened immediately. "Harry. You're awake. How do you feel?" "Better than I expected," he admitted. Like I've been wearing glasses with the wrong prescription my whole life and someone finally gave me the right ones. Everything's clearer." She smiled, relief evident in her expression. "The goblins say the extraction was completely successful. No residual dark magic detected at all. And the Horcrux? Completely destroyed. The sword made short work of it once it was contained." Harry reached up to touch his scar, finding it tender but no longer painful. "What happens now?" "Now you rest and recover," Hermione said firmly. "The solstice ritual took a lot out of you magically. The goblins recommend at least 3 days of minimal magical activity while your core rebalances." "And after that?" "After that," she said with determination, "we finish this. One Horcrux left, Nagini, and then Voldemort himself." Harry nodded, his resolve matching hers. "Dumbledore's trap using the vanishing cabinet. It could work." "We'll make it work," Hermione promised. "But first, you need to heal." She hesitated, then added softly, "We've come too far to rush the final steps." Harry realized she was right. After years of his magic being drained, months of research and planning, and now the successful extraction of the Horcrux, rushing into the final confrontation would be foolish. Better to approach it at full strength, with proper preparation. 3 days, he agreed. Then we plan the endgame. The strategy sessions took place at Grimmauld Place during the remaining holiday break. With Harry's Horcrux gone, they could focus entirely on how to lure Voldemort into a trap that would allow them to eliminate Nagini before confronting the Dark Lord himself. "The vanishing cabinet is key," Bill explained as they gathered around the dining room table, now covered with maps and diagrams of Hogwarts. "Thanks to Malfoy's cooperation, we understand exactly how it's meant to function and what modifications remain. The question is timing," McGonagall added. "When do we allow the attack to proceed?" "The spring equinox," Dumbledore suggested from his position near the fireplace. "Another time of magical balance, but with growing rather than waning energies. March 20th. Harry considered this. "That gives us 3 months to prepare. To make it convincing, Malfoy needs to appear to be making progress with the cabinet but not complete it too quickly. And we need to establish a pattern of my absences from the castle," Dumbledore added. "So when the attack comes, Voldemort will believe I am vulnerable." The plan took shape over several days of intense discussion. Malfoy would continue working on the cabinet under supervision, reporting apparent progress to Voldemort through carefully monitored communications. Dumbledore would begin leaving Hogwarts regularly on visible missions, establishing a pattern that could be exploited. The Order would prepare hidden defenses throughout the castle that could be activated instantly when needed. Most importantly, Harry would continue developing his magical abilities now that both the Ward Drain and the Horcrux were removed. With his full power available and unimpeded for the first time, his potential was only beginning to be realized. "Your magical growth may actually serve our purpose," Dumbledore observed during one planning session. "If Voldemort senses your increasing strength through what remains of your connection, he may feel greater urgency to attack while he believes he still has the advantage." "But the connection is gone," Harry pointed out. "The Horcrux is destroyed." "The Horcrux is gone, yes," Dumbledore acknowledged. "But your magical signatures have been entwined for 16 years. Some resonance likely remains, enough that he may sense significant changes in your power, particularly when you use very strong magic." This was confirmed when Harry returned to Hogwarts for the spring term. His first practice duel with Neville in the Room of Requirement triggered a brief but intense headache, different from his old scar pain, more like a distant echo. "It felt like awareness," Harry described afterward to Hermione. "Like something far away suddenly noticed me." "Voldemort," she concluded grimly. "The magical resonance Dumbledore mentioned. We should use it to our advantage, controlled demonstrations of your power to make him nervous but not enough to frighten him away from the trap." January and February passed in careful preparation. Malfoy reported increasing pressure from Voldemort, delivered through cryptic messages from his Aunt Bellatrix. The Dark Lord was growing impatient, demanding results before the end of the school year. "He suspects something," Malfoy confided during one of their strategy meetings. "Not about me specifically, but he senses his plans are being threatened. He's keeping Nagini with him constantly now. That works in our favor," Harry pointed out. "If he brings her to Hogwarts during the attack, we'll have our opportunity." As March approached, final preparations accelerated. The Vanishing Cabinet was nearly functional, with only deliberate sabotage preventing its completion. Dumbledore established his pattern of absences, leaving the castle every Thursday evening and returning Friday afternoon, ostensibly searching for additional information about Voldemort's past. The Order of the Phoenix positioned members strategically throughout the wizarding world, ready to converge on Hogwarts when signaled. Additional protective enchantments were layered throughout the castle, designed to activate selectively, trapping Death Eaters while allowing defenders to move freely. Harry continued his magical training with single-minded focus. Without the limitations of the Ward Drain or the Horcrux, his abilities had expanded dramatically. He mastered nonverbal casting completely, began learning wandless magic for simple spells, and developed dueling techniques that incorporated his natural flying skills, using brief levitation to change position unpredictably during magical combat. Through it all, his relationship with Hermione continued to deepen. What had begun as friendship, evolved through partnership in crisis, and blossomed into something more profound during their shared struggles now emerged as something neither felt the need to define explicitly. They simply were, together in purpose, in danger, in the quiet moments between preparations. "Are you afraid?" she asked one evening as they sat in the governor's quarters, watching snow fall outside the tall windows. "Not of dying," Harry replied honestly. "I've faced that possibility too many times for it to terrify me anymore. I'm afraid of failure, of Voldemort surviving, of other people dying because I couldn't finish this." "You're not alone in this fight," Hermione reminded him, her fingers interlacing with his. "You never have been, even when it felt that way." "I know." He squeezed her hand gently. "That's what makes it possible to face whatever comes next." The night before the planned operation, Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office one final time. "All preparations are complete," the headmaster confirmed. "Mr. Malfoy has informed Voldemort that the cabinet will be fully functional tomorrow evening, coinciding with my weekly absence. Order members are in position. The trap is set. And if Voldemort doesn't come himself?" Harry asked the question that had worried him throughout their planning. Then we will have captured whatever Death Eaters he sends, weakening his forces, Dumbledore replied pragmatically. But I believe he will come. The opportunity to infiltrate Hogwarts and potentially eliminate me will be too tempting to delegate, particularly given his increasing paranoia about the security of his Horcruxes. And Nagini? He keeps her with him constantly now, according to Severus. Where he goes, she follows. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of the moment. Tomorrow, then. Tomorrow, Dumbledore agreed. But before you go, Harry, there is something I wish to say. The old wizard's expression grew solemn. Whatever happens tomorrow, I want you to know that I have come to deeply respect the wizard and the man you have become. Your response to discovering the ward drain could have been vengeful, destructive. Instead, you sought understanding and constructive solutions. You protected fellow students, even those like Mr. Malfoy who had been adversaries. You approached enormous challenges with wisdom beyond your years. Harry hadn't expected this and wasn't sure how to respond. Thank you, sir, he said simply. I made many mistakes in how I handled your education and protection, Dumbledore continued. Some born of strategic necessity, others from my own flawed judgment. But I have never doubted your essential character, your capacity for compassion even in the face of terrible adversity. That, more than magical power or prophetic destiny, is what will ultimately defeat Voldemort. The sincerity in Dumbledore's voice was unmistakable. Whatever their past conflicts, this was a genuine acknowledgement from one wizard to another, not from headmaster to student. I appreciate that, Harry said finally. And whatever happens tomorrow, I'm grateful for the chance to face it with my magic fully my own for the first time. As Harry left the office, he felt a curious sense of completion. The circle that had begun with his discovery at Gringotts months ago was approaching its conclusion. Tomorrow would bring either victory or defeat, but either way, he would face it as his complete self, not as a magical resource for others to use, not as an unwitting vessel for a fragment of Voldemort's soul, but as Harry Potter, wizard, on his own terms. The day of the trap dawned clear and surprisingly warm for March. Spring was arriving early, bringing with it a sense of renewal that seemed fitting for what they hoped would be an end to Voldemort's reign of terror. Classes proceeded normally, maintaining the illusion of an ordinary school day. Dumbledore departed ostentatiously after lunch, announcing to the staff that he would return the following afternoon as usual. McGonagall assumed temporary authority as acting headmistress, the standard procedure during his absences. Harry attended his classes with focused calm, aware that each hour brought them closer to the confrontation. His fellow students noticed nothing unusual, though the DA members had been secretly alerted to remain in their common rooms after dinner, a precaution insisted upon by McGonagall. At precisely 6 o'clock, Draco Malfoy entered the room of requirement for his final work on the Vanishing Cabinet. Carefully monitored by concealed order members, he removed the deliberate sabotage and completed the magical connection to its twin in Borgin and Berks. A message was sent through, a single apple that returned with a bite taken from it, confirming the pathway was open. Then came the waiting. Malfoy remained with the cabinet, ostensibly standing guard but actually under the protection of Tonks and Kingsley, disillusioned in the corners of the room. Throughout the castle, defenders took their positions, order members, staff, and a select few seventh-year students who had refused to be excluded from the defense of their school. Harry, Ron, and Hermione positioned themselves in the corridor outside the room of requirement, concealed beneath the invisibility cloak and additional disillusionment charms. The Marauder's map lay open in Harry's hands, monitoring for any sign of the expected intruders. Anything? Ron whispered after they had maintained their vigil for nearly 2 hours. Nothing yet, Harry replied, studying the map carefully. Wait, something's happening in the room. The map couldn't show the room of requirement's interior, but it did show Malfoy's dot suddenly moving away from where the cabinet would be located, retreating toward the door. They're coming, Harry whispered. Moments later, Malfoy emerged from the room looking convincingly terrified, an expression that required little acting given the circumstances. They're here, he hissed as he passed their position, heading toward the rendezvous point where he would remain safely hidden during the coming confrontation. Harry tapped his communication amulet twice, the signal that intruders had arrived. Throughout the castle, defenders acknowledged with answering taps. The door to the room opened again, and Death Eaters began to emerge, first Bellatrix Lestrange, her wild eyes darting around the corridor, then the massive forms of the Carrow siblings, followed by Fenrir Greyback, Yaxley, and 3 others Harry didn't immediately recognize. They moved cautiously, wands raised, clearly expecting resistance but encountering none thanks to the deliberate absence of patrols in this corridor. "Too easy," Bellatrix muttered suspiciously. "The blood traitor said the old fool is gone, but where is everyone? Does it matter?" Greyback growled. "Let's find the target and get this done." The group moved toward the main staircase, unaware they were being tracked by both the map and multiple concealed observers. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed at a safe distance, waiting for the sign they most needed to see. It came moments later as a final figure emerged from the room, taller than the others, moving with unnatural grace, and accompanied by a massive snake that slithered alongside him. Voldemort had come personally, bringing Nagini as Dumbledore had predicted. Harry's breath caught. Despite their planning, seeing Voldemort here at Hogwarts sent a chill through him. The Dark Lord paused, head tilted slightly as if listening for something beyond normal hearing. His lipless mouth curved in a terrible smile. "Potter is here," he hissed to Nagini. "I can feel him. His magic has changed." The last word was spoken with a hint of confusion. Harry tensed beneath the invisibility cloak. This was the moment of greatest risk. If Voldemort sensed the trap before they could spring it, everything would fall apart. Bellatrix returned to her master's side. "The way is clear, my lord. Shall we proceed to the headmaster's office as planned?" "Not yet," Voldemort replied softly. "Something is not as it seems. Potter's magic calls to me, but differently than before." Hermione squeezed Harry's arm in warning, "Stick to the plan, don't reveal themselves too soon." Voldemort continued down the corridor, Nagini gliding beside him, the Death Eaters following in formation. They descended the main staircase toward the second floor, heading in the direction of Dumbledore's office as anticipated. When they reached the second floor corridor, Harry gave the signal, 3 taps on his amulet. Instantly, the castle's defenses activated. Suits of armor stepped from their alcoves, blocking the corridor behind the Death Eaters. Floating candles flared blindingly bright, then extinguished completely, plunging the hallway into darkness broken only by the eerie light from Voldemort's wand. "Ambush!" Bellatrix shrieked, firing blasting curses in all directions. "We've been betrayed." Voldemort remained eerily calm, creating a shield of silvery light around himself and Nagini. "Potter," he called into the darkness. "I know you're here. Your magic tastes cleaner than before." "How curious." Harry removed the invisibility cloak, stepping into view at the far end of the corridor. Ron and Hermione flanked him, their disillusionment charms dropped. "Hello, Tom," he said clearly, echoing Dumbledore's preferred form of address. "Welcome back to Hogwarts." "For the last time." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Bold words from a boy still in school. "Your death will not be quick, Potter, not after all the trouble you've caused me." "Interesting choice of words," Harry replied, advancing slowly. Around them, Order members were engaging the Death Eaters in side corridors, drawing them away from their master through strategic retreats. "I've been causing you trouble for longer than you realize." Understanding dawned in those serpentine eyes. "You know," Voldemort whispered. "About my anchors." "We know," Harry confirmed. "And we've been busy." "The diary? Destroyed. The ring? Gone. Ravenclaw's diadem? Hufflepuff's cup? Slytherin's locket? All destroyed." Fury and fear flashed across Voldemort's inhuman features. "You lie." "He doesn't," came Dumbledore's voice as the headmaster stepped from a side passage, wand raised. Your Horcruxes are gone, Tom. All save one. His eyes flicked meaningfully to Nagini. Voldemort's shield contracted tighter around himself and the snake. Dumbledore. Still interfering where you don't belong. Your presence here confirms this was a trap from the beginning. Indeed, Dumbledore acknowledged calmly. Though not precisely as you imagine. Harry, if you would. Harry raised his wand, not toward Voldemort but toward the ceiling. Revelio Maxima. The spell illuminated the corridor with blinding light, revealing dozens of defenders positioned strategically throughout the adjacent hallways and classrooms. Death Eaters were already engaged in combat, cut off from their master by the castle's animated defenses and order members. You came seeking to kill me, Dumbledore continued conversationally. Instead, you've delivered yourself and your final Horcrux directly to us. Rather poetic, wouldn't you say? Voldemort's face contorted with rage. With a slashing movement of his wand, he sent a wave of fiendfire toward Dumbledore, while simultaneously directing Nagini to attack Harry. Protect her with your life, he commanded the snake in Parseltongue. The massive serpent launched herself toward Harry with frightening speed. Hermione and Ron cast shield charms instantly, deflecting the snake's initial strike but not stopping her completely. The sword! Ron shouted, throwing Harry the sword of Gryffindor from where he'd been carrying it disillusioned on his back. Harry caught it one-handed, his seeker reflexes serving him well. As Nagini coiled for another strike, he pivoted sideways, a dueling move he'd practiced extensively, and brought the sword down in a clean arc. The blade connected, slicing through scales and flesh with the aid of the basilisk venom infused within it. Nagini's severed head flew one direction while her body thrashed briefly before falling still. A terrible scream filled the corridor, not from the snake but from Voldemort himself. He staggered mid-duel with Dumbledore, clutching his chest as if physically wounded by the destruction of his final Horcrux. Now, Harry! Dumbledore called, maintaining his own assault on the weakened Dark Lord. While he's vulnerable. Harry stepped forward, his wand raised. This was the moment they had planned for, Voldemort mortal at last, his soul fragmented beyond repair but no longer anchored to the physical world. It's over, Tom, Harry said firmly. Your Horcruxes are gone. You're just a man now, a damaged, broken man. I am Lord Voldemort, the Dark Wizard snarled, raising his wand. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. Harry countered simultaneously. The spells met in midair as they had in the graveyard years before. But this time, something fundamentally different happened. Instead of connecting in a beam of light, the spells collided and exploded outward. The killing curse rebounded, striking Voldemort squarely in the chest. For a moment, the Dark Lord stood frozen in disbelief, red eyes wide with incomprehension. Then, without theatrics or final declarations, he simply collapsed, a mortal man killed by his own reflected curse. The silence that followed was absolute. Death Eaters throughout the castle felt the magical backlash of their master's death, many dropping their wands in shock or pain as the dark marks on their arms burned and then faded to ashen scars. Harry approached Voldemort's fallen form cautiously, wand still raised. The body looked smaller somehow, the fearsome Dark Lord reduced to a pale, thin man who had pushed mortality too far and paid the ultimate price. Is he? Hermione asked, coming to stand beside Harry. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed, performing a complex detection spell. Truly gone this time. With no Horcruxes to anchor him, death has claimed him completely. The reality of the moment washed over Harry in waves. Voldemort was dead. The prophecy fulfilled. The war over. And he was alive, fully, completely alive, with his magic wholly his own for the first time. Dumbledore placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Well done, he said simply. Order members converged on the corridor, reporting that the Death Eaters had either been captured or had fled when their master fell. Aurors would arrive soon to secure the prisoners and the scene. What happens now? Ron asked, looking between the fallen Dark Lord and his best friend. Now, Harry said, lowering his wand at last, we live on our own terms. Epilogue. The great hall buzzed with excitement as students gathered for the special end-of-year feast. Banners from all four houses hung together in unity rather than celebrating a single house's victory, Dumbledore's decree following the events of what was already being called the Battle of Hogwarts. At the Gryffindor table, Harry sat surrounded by friends, the weight of prophecy and unwanted destiny finally lifted from his shoulders. The past 3 months had brought monumental changes to the wizarding world: Death Eaters rounded up and imprisoned, corrupt ministry officials removed from power, and long overdue reforms beginning under the interim leadership of Kingsley Shacklebolt. For Harry personally, the changes had been equally profound. His magic, now completely his own and fully accessible, had settled into a new equilibrium, powerful but controlled, responsive to his will in ways he was still discovering. McGonagall had worked with him extensively on advanced transfiguration, while Flitwick offered special tutorials in charms that would normally be reserved for apprentice-level study. "Attention, everyone," Dumbledore called, rising from his seat at the high table. "Before we begin our feast, I have several announcements regarding events both past and future." The hall quieted immediately, all eyes on the headmaster. First, as you all know, Lord Voldemort was defeated within these very walls 3 months ago, ending a reign of terror that has shadowed your lives for too long. Spontaneous applause erupted, which Dumbledore allowed to continue briefly before raising his hand for silence. What many of you may not know is that this victory was made possible by extraordinary courage, intelligence, and sacrifice from people both within and beyond Hogwarts. Some of their contributions must remain confidential, but others deserve public recognition. Dumbledore proceeded to acknowledge the roles played by the Order of the Phoenix, the staff, and select students who had participated in the castle's defense. When he came to Harry, his tone grew particularly warm. "To Mr. Potter, forgive me, Lord Potter, we owe a debt that can never be fully repaid. Not only for his role in Lord Voldemort's final defeat but for his remarkable grace in handling a personal discovery earlier this year that would have broken lesser wizards." Harry felt his face warm as heads turned toward him. "Many of you have noticed changes in the castle's magical systems this year," Dumbledore continued. "These resulted from necessary modifications to Hogwarts' ward structure, modifications that Lord Potter initiated and supervised as board liaison after discovering that his own magic had been improperly utilized in powering those wards." Murmurs spread through the hall as students processed this revelation. In plain terms, Dumbledore stated clearly, "An error in judgment on my part resulted in Mr. Potter's magic being drained without proper consent or regulation." Rather than responding with justified anger, he approached the situation with maturity and wisdom, ensuring that both the castle's protections and his own magical autonomy could be preserved. The headmaster bowed slightly toward Harry, an unprecedented gesture of respect from Britain's most powerful wizard to its youngest lord. "This brings me to my second announcement," Dumbledore continued. "After much reflection on recent events and discussions with the Board of Governors, I have decided to step down as headmaster of Hogwarts, effective at the end of this academic year." Gasps and cries of protest echoed through the hall. "My decision is neither hasty nor forced," Dumbledore assured them, raising his hands for calm. "I have served this school for many decades, through 2 wizarding wars and countless challenges. The time has come for new leadership to guide Hogwarts into what I hope will be a brighter, more transparent era." He smiled serenely. "Professor McGonagall has been appointed as my successor, a choice I wholeheartedly endorse. I will remain available as an advisor to the school while pursuing certain long-neglected magical research interests." As the feast progressed, Harry found himself the recipient of countless questions about the ward situation, curiosity that he addressed honestly but without unnecessary detail. Yes, his magic had been improperly connected to the castle's defenses. Yes, this explained his inconsistent magical performance in previous years. No, there was no lasting damage now that the connection had been properly regulated. Later, as students began drifting back to their common rooms, Harry slipped away to the governor's quarters with Ron and Hermione. These rooms had become their sanctuary throughout the year, a place where they could speak freely and process the monumental changes in their lives. Dumbledore stepping down, Ron shook his head in disbelief. Never thought I'd see the day. It's the right decision, Hermione observed. After everything that happened with the wards and other questionable choices, a fresh start is needed, both for Hogwarts and for him. Harry nodded, looking out the window at the sun setting over the grounds. I think he's finally letting go of the need to control everything. To plan everyone's destiny. Including yours, Hermione added softly, taking his hand. Especially mine. Harry smiled, intertwining their fingers. Though I have to admit, I'm still figuring out what that means, having a future that's truly open, truly mine to decide. Any thoughts so far? Ron asked, helping himself to the ever-present bowl of snacks that Pippi insisted on maintaining even here. A few, Harry admitted. McGonagall mentioned that the defense position will need filling next year. Apparently, Snape is returning to potions now that the curse on the defense job has been broken with Voldemort's death. You. Teaching? Ron looked surprised but not dismissive. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. You were brilliant with the DA. It would mean staying at Hogwarts, Hermione pointed out. Is that what you want? Harry considered the question carefully. For now, yes. Despite everything, Hogwarts was my first real home. I'd like to help make it what it should have been all along, a truly safe place for magical children to learn and grow. As a professor rather than a student, Hermione mused. That's quite a transition. Professor Potter, Ron tried the title out. Has a ring to it, doesn't it? Harry laughed. I haven't accepted yet. McGonagall wants me to take some additional qualification courses over the summer first. And there's the matter of my seats on the Wisengamot to consider, both the Potter and Black seats need proper representation now. You'll be busy, Hermione noted. But perhaps that's good. A different kind of busy than hunting Dark Lords and Horcruxes. What about you two? Harry asked. Any clearer picture of what comes next? Ron shrugged. Dad says I could have a position at the ministry if I want it. But honestly, I'm thinking of taking George up on his offer to help with the joke shop. Fred's death hit him hard, and he needs someone he trusts. The mention of Fred sobered them briefly. Victory had not come without cost, friends and allies lost in both the final battle and the war leading up to it. And you? Harry turned to Hermione, his thumb tracing gentle circles on her palm. McGonagall offered me an apprenticeship in transfiguration, she revealed. Combined with independent study toward mastery in arithmancy. It would mean staying at Hogwarts for at least 3 years. That sounds perfect for you, Harry said warmly, understanding the implicit connection to his own potential position. They would be colleagues of a sort, building something new together in the place where they had met. As darkness fell completely, they continued talking, about possibilities, about healing, about the future they could now envision without the shadow of Voldemort hanging over everything. Their conversation drifted naturally from serious planning to reminiscence to occasional laughter at shared memories. In many ways, Harry reflected, this moment encapsulated everything he had fought for, the freedom to simply be, to make choices based on desire rather than necessity, to build a life rather than merely survive. His magic hummed contentedly within him, fully his own at last. The world outside these walls was still rebuilding, still healing from the scars of war. There would be challenges ahead, political battles to fight, reforms to champion. But for now, in this moment, with his closest friends beside him and his path finally self-determined, Harry Potter felt something he had rarely experienced before. Peace. Not the absence of conflict, but something deeper, the presence of wholeness. Of magic that belonged entirely to him. Of connections forged through choice rather than circumstance. Of a future bright with possibilities that he, and he alone, would decide how to pursue. The boy who lived had finally gained the chance to truly live, on his own terms. And that, perhaps, was the greatest magic of all. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.